All right. Good evening, everyone. All right. Good evening, everyone. All right. Good evening. Our Thursday, August 26th board meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, students, and staff and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. Tonight, the administration will be presenting information to keep you up to date on our plans along with our strategic plan. The interpreter for tonight is Martha Romo Iguirles. Thank you all for taking the time to join us. The first item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Um, we have a lot that's happening in our world, whether we're talking about the refugee crisis in Afghanistan, folks who are relocating. We have COVID cases that are spiking and gun violence that's happened in our city. So we can take this moment of silence to hold those people in our hearts and consider what's happening. Thank you. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. Mr. Sutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a new school year is upon us, and that means it is time for the Student of the Month to be recognized once more. And I would like to invite our team, our student and staff from School for Creative Studies, if they are outside, if they would please join me at the podium. If we could spread out. I'm excited to present to you Assistant Principal Neil Ferguson of the School for Creative Studies. We are going to introduce to you the Durham Public Schools Student of the Month for August 2021, and almost more importantly, her family.
Good evening. How are you all? Great, great. I would like to introduce my great student of the month here for the School for Creative Studies. And I really humbly appreciate you all having us from the School for Creative Studies. Well, Miss London Avent, very smart, very intelligent, aspiring engineer and scientist. She's the vice president of our National Honor Society, awesome student, awesome individual, and great role model. Please give a hand to her parents. They are phenomenal as well, phenomenal. And also London, here's your gift here. And I thank you so much.
We're going to ask Ms. Avent to say a couple of words in a moment. Even though we're not on Zoom, we still want you to see you on the screen. But I do want to present you with a Spark pin that represents the limitless potential of our students and the leadership that you have demonstrated at the School for Creative Studies. And a certificate of appreciation. But in the immortal words of Silicon Valley CEO of years past, there is one more thing. And I would like to invite Oleg Nepolov, I hope I pronounced your name, Oleg, to come in from Triangle E-Cycling.
Hello, hello.
Triangle E-Cycling has decided to step things up a little bit for our Students of the Month this year. Larry Hurst, their founder and CEO, is a strong partner for Durham Public Schools and has been for many years. And Triangle E-Cycling is going to present every Durham Public Schools Student of the Month this year with a laptop, a powerful laptop.
Years now. This is your back for it. and stuff, so.
So we will help you with your things. If you would please say a couple of words for the school board.
I'm so excited to be here and thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
We traditionally have a walking the red carpet and a handshaking moment. We are, of course, under COVID protocols right now, but we do want to appreciate and celebrate you. And I'm sure our board members would like to give you another round of applause. Thank you very much and congratulations. Thank you, Nick. We have one more celebration for tonight. We're going to recognize a whole lot of people, but only 4 of them were able to join us tonight because many of them are assistant principals and other school leaders, and it's been just a little busy this week with the start of school. Operation Summer Learning this year was a tremendous success. We had far more students participate in summer learning. I know, they're after me. We had far more students participate in summer learning this year than ever before. The generous federal assistance for COVID relief certainly played a role with that. So many of our teachers stepped up, surrendered their summers. They were compensated well for it, but surrendered their summers after a very, very hard year to help our students. I am married to a high school teacher who participated in Operation Summer Leading. Yeah, oops. Married to a high school teacher who participated in Operation Summer Learning. And it was inspiring to watch her almost literally pick up students from the scruff of their neck and drag them across the finish line. And you will see results of that hard work over the summer very soon. That's a bit of a teaser or a spoiler or whatever you want to call it. We gave leadership opportunities to Operations Summer Learning site coordinators to help make this happen. And I'm going to read the names of all of them, but 4 of them are here tonight, and I would like them to come in through the door here and receive their spark pins and our appreciation. From CC Spalding, Nan Lujan, from the assistant principal at CC Spalding. From Shepherd Middle School, ELA coach Dana Clark. From Carrington Middle School, science teacher Willis Foster. And finally, at Jordan High School, science teacher Sarah Huckbody. So these are just 4 of our Operation Summer Learning lead site coordinators. Let me also recognize the following people who will also receive their spark pins. Lead site coordinator Kendall Dorsey. From Eastway, Nissa Bennett Wells and Jewel Barnwell. From Eno Valley, Tyler Steckety and Andrew Crutchfield. From Hillendale, Dwayne Roberts and Kirsten Botts. From Forest View, Portia Lee and Brittany Dawson. From Creekside, Candace Clark and Matthew Kilgore. From Southwest, Victor Geraldo and Taylor Winnix. From Spring Valley, Tawanda Willis. Sandy Ridge, Mark English. RN Harris, Janelle Harrell. From Lucas Middle School, Regina Lynch and Tracy Lockhart. Also from Shepherd Middle School, Angela Atkinson. From Givens, Kara Johnson. From Carrington, Deborah Faison-Cheek. From DSA Middle School level, Cornelius Redfern. DSA at the high school level, Marla Bullock. Northern High School, Lindsay Ferrone. From Southern School of Energy and Sustainability, Wendy Carpenter. From Riverside, also supporting Brogdon, Jeremy Eddy. From Hillside High School, Lewis Harrison and Winnie Lemec. From Lakeview, Evangela Richardson. From School for Creative Studies, Rita Rathbone. From City of Medicine Academy, Renita Griffin Jordan. From Early College High School, Tashonda Harris. And from Hillside New Tech, Lamont Dixon. So much incredible work from so many incredible site coordinators who led our teachers who gave up their summers for our children, who worked really darn hard. Thank you on behalf of all of us, and if you would please convey our appreciation to your fellow site coordinators as you see them, and every one of them will receive the same Spark pin that you did. Board members, that completes our celebrations for this month.
Thank you. And thank you all to our student of the month, to our site coordinators. We are so grateful and appreciative for the work that you all did. We know thousands of students were able to engage in summer learning because of the hard work of those staff. So thank you. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. Dr. Mavinga.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, community, and I see members of the press here as well. Tonight's update is going to be pretty much the excitement that we've been able to see when our student came back. I'm gonna ask the person that's running the PowerPoint to please put on the screen. All right, should be up there. Just be a little bit patient with us, working with technology. So while we're waiting, I can make some few comments here. On Tuesday, as our student came back, all our staff, central office, they were all in the building. You can see the excitement in the face of those students. They've been away for a year, some of them even longer. But just to see the resiliency in the eyes of those students, parents, and teachers. So that's something that we all should be proud of our staff and our community as a whole. It took a lot of planning to get us really to that place. And again, I will give credit to our summer learning programs, because that was a way probably for our students, some of our students, to be able to transition, that it can be done. I know a lot of districts, they really struggle to be able to bring students on campus, but we did really well. Between 20 to 25% of our students, they were in person. That's really helped us to learn some lessons as we're getting ready to open up our schools. I'm still waiting for that PowerPoint. And I think the first slide pretty much will show all the excitement about reopening. So next slide, please. Thank you. As you all can see those pictures, some of us that are well connected on the social media, we saw on the Twitter and all that, those were really excitement time. And nobody knew that this day was gonna come. And I'm very appreciative of our staff making that happen. And some of our teachers, the principals as well, have worked over the weekend, just making sure that that day will be a successful day. Next slide, please. As we are celebrating the reopening of schools, there have been some hiccups, and I really wanted to say a few words regarding transportation. This is not only a DPS issue, statewide as well. We are very proud of our board being able to help our bus drivers, and our pay is minimum 16.25. That's the highest, I think, in the state. And I'm not aware of any of our surrounding district that pay that much. So we're not there where we really need to be. We believe that our bus drivers need to be compensated more, but we are making progress when it comes to their compensation. So we have a lot of vacancies, even though we have been able to increase the pay, a lot of vacancies. With that have delayed some of buses, and unfortunately, there have been students waiting on the bus stop for an hour, and some of them even longer than that. My apologies to our community. We all know that at the beginning of every academic year, transportation can be an issue. As you can see, I have been in one of the high school. We had a long line, about 80 students line up just trying to enroll for the first time. For us to be able to get all this data back to the transportation to make sure we have those routes, it takes a little bit manpower. So patience with us, we're working those kinks. Hopefully by tomorrow, we should be in a better place. Next week, all our students that deserve a seat on the bus, they will have a place, and we're gonna continue working on the time. Today alone, when we're talking about transportation, we have 3 regions with our buses. One of the regions, we had 10 calls that our bus drivers were not showing up today. Can you imagine with 10 folks calling in sick, you have to make a lot of adjustment. I just really wanted to be transparent with our community. We'll be going through those a lot this year because everybody across the state, they have those vacancies. And we're doing our best. We're gonna find ways to be able to incentivize our bus drivers so that they'll be here. And when we're still dealing with COVID, we can anticipate those things happening. But we're gonna do a better job when it comes to communicating with our families. But other than that, I'm really excited that we've done really well. Our schools, the way they were able to rearrange the bus routes and the carpool and all that kind of stuff. So we have been really pleased to see those adjustments. Next slide, please. I really wanted to update you both when it comes to COVID-19 and how we're dealing with this, and then Delta variants. How do we communicate with our families anytime we have a case? We communicate with the families that are close contacts. We make sure they have the information. That's the first group that we reach out to. Then we send an email to all staff and then a robot call to the entire school community within 24 hours. I just really wanted to go through those processes to show how transparent we are. And board members, as you know, we've been doing this with our early colleges, as our specialty colleges, as well as our year-round schools. So we pretty much feeling comfortable as we're going through this process. But again, for privacy reasons, we had to make sure we communicate with those families first before we can communicate with schools. Then every Monday, we have a dashboard that we update our school community, and everyone else is on our website. They should know about how many cases we have a DPS. We are fully transparent. Next slide, please. How do we support our staff? How do we incentivize our staff as well as our students to be vaccinated? So we all know that it's really important for all of us to be vaccinated. So we'll protect those who do not have vaccine available, younger than 12. We are strongly encouraging our staff as well as students to get vaccinated. So we are doing our due diligence anytime there are vaccines available, any events in the community, we communicate that with our families, and we are also involved sometimes. Next week, I'll be meeting with our superintendent student advisory group, which is composed of middle school representative as well as a high school. I really want to talk to these young folks to ask them, what is it going to take to incentivize their peers to be vaccinated? I did not want us just to be throwing money out there. We really want to hear their best ideas, how we can incentivize their colleagues or their peers to be vaccinated. Hopefully they're going to share with us some best ideas next week. And then we should be able to look at all the SR funds, or if it's going to be local funds that I have to pull to make sure that we're going to do our best to incentivize our students to be vaccinated. And we are continuing to find ways to find a way to be able to motivate our staff also to be vaccinated. I know there have been a lot of emails folks would like for us to be able to require vaccination. So that's a conversation that at some point, we're gonna open up the floor. I just wanna see where our board stand before we make that call. But I'll tell you this, yesterday I met with all our coaches as well as our athletic directors. By the way, talking about transportation, that was one of the items that we discussed. I really wanted them with the CDL to be able to volunteer to drive buses. There are a few of them. As a matter of fact, this morning, there were 3 that's committed to be able to drive. We are really in a serious need of having bus drivers, even if they can just give us a few days. And some of our coaches, they're stepping up, and we're gonna make the same play to our staff members as well with CDL. So with our coaches as well as our athletic directors, pretty much they were split in half, whether or not we need to mandate vaccination to our athletes. Again, that's going to be a conversation that we're gonna open up the floor. I really want to know what's the pleasure of the board, and then we'll be making decisions. Next slide, please. So I'm here to report that we've been able to get in touch with North Carolina DHHS. We're able to opt in when it comes to COVID testing. We have a meeting coming up. It's going to be before September 7th. As a matter of fact, I'm going to invite one of the board members here to be able to be a part of this conversation. I could not go or recommend testing everyone without knowing the capacity that we have in place. Our local health department does not have that capacity. So we have a vendor that they have assigned to us. We'll be having this conversation, and then we'll decide what's going to be the modality or the way of doing those testing. I just want to refresh our memory. Last year we did it. We had those testing on our schools. There were some complaints from our school administrators because it was taking a lot of instructional times and a lot of logistic. So I'm inviting one of our elementary principals, one middle, one high school, to be a part of those conversations to see what will be the best way to conduct those testing, whether it will be on our campuses or some centralized location at the central office. And we have about 3 locations that we can do as well. So I'm really open, and we're gonna get input from everyone to make it successful. So to our community, be patient with us. We're just looking at the capacity that we're gonna have, and then we should be able to use testing to make sure that we're mitigating the spread of virus on our campuses. Next slide, please. There is one critical area that's if we're not careful, we'll be spreading viruses on our campuses. That's June launches. We are all fully aware of that. So what we've been able to do with our schools, we really wanted each of our schools to be able to offer us their plan. And they had options for classrooms, cafeteria, as well as outdoor options. I visited one of the elementary schools today. The principal asked me about the hallway. I said, yes, definitely. If you have 15 students in a classroom, you cannot spread all of them. Please use the hallway as well as you're monitoring them as they're eating lunch. So every school that we have at DPS, they have those 3 capacity, classroom, cafeteria, and outdoor, to make sure we're mitigating the spread of virus on our campuses. We were expecting at this point to be able to have all the outdoor facility, gazebo and so forth, but we have to go through some protocol with SR funds as well as getting some permits to have those things in place. But tonight as board, you can see one of the items is going to be, we're going to use local funds to be able to buy all the necessary materials to be able to supplement what our schools have this fall. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There is another topic of interest. How many nurses we have? I'm very grateful with the support of our community organizers and everyone else that we're able to secure some funding for additional nurse positions. But as of today, we have 15 nurses. That's our DPS plus our lead nurse, Howard, that's here tonight with us. Then we have 30 from the health department. And out of those 30, there are 2 that don't really come to our campuses because they do contact tracing at the health department, and they help us as well. So we still have some vacancies at the health department, about 15. Talking with the health director yesterday, Rod Jenkins, they're making every effort possible, and they have some interviews lined up. As we all know, it's really hard to find nurses nowadays, and they're doing their best to be able to secure those positions. Here as well at DPS, with our SR fund, we added 6 additional positions. It's been really hard to find those nurses. Now we are going to try to use some contract nurses so that they will be able to fill those vacancies. That's pretty much the situation that we have currently when it comes to our nurses. Next slide, please. I really wanted to update you as well as far as Ignite Online Academy is concerned. Currently, as of today, we have 738 students that are really excited. They're learning, they have their teachers. But unfortunately, even Ignite Online, we have 4 vacancies, teacher vacancies. It's really hard to find teachers. We're still looking for 4 teachers to be able to address the needs of those students online. As of today, we have 162 outstanding requests to transfer into Ignite. We'll be responding to some of those families, and anytime there are any slots, we'll be able to honor the needs of those families. And again, while we're here, as I said before, we have 4 vacancies. We can open Ignite, but we have to have teachers. We don't have teachers. We cannot get a teacher in a traditional school or in the building to transfer to Ignite. That's not possible because those families and those students deserve a teacher as well. So that's where we are. And we're gonna keep on brainstorming on different ways of trying to meet the needs of our families. But I really wanted to put a number out there, 162. We gotta keep in mind, we have 32,000 students. Next slide, please. So that's pretty much conclude my report today or tonight. I think I was able to highlight and touch most of the sensitive topics that a lot of our community members wanted to know, and ready to take questions. And I have my staff here behind me on the other side as well to be able to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mabinga. Board members, I'll take questions at this time. We also have board member Frederick Raven is joining us via Zoom. So Fred, if you have questions, just let us know. We'll make sure we bring you on screen. Any questions, comments? Ms. Byer?
So I appreciate the updates. I appreciate the excitement about the start of school, and I understand just the trepidation that folks are having. I wondered if it would be possible in probably even calling a special meeting to have the ABC Science Collaborative folks come and join us and talk specifically about the Delta variant, how it is different profoundly than what we were dealing with. Talk more about ventilation, talk more about why eating lunch outdoors and in the open air is actually safer for our children. And some of those topics. I think it's really important for us to continue to educate our employees and our families and students on the different virus that we're dealing with right now. I'm glad to hear that we're moving forward with surveillance testing, and but I think there's such an urgency that I hoped that we had it together at this point. I'm worried about the next 3 to 4 weeks. We've seen all around the country, schools have to close and districts have to shut down. We don't want to be in that position. So a lot of these things that you're bringing are going to be really imperative as we keep children apart at risky times. We do everything we can to mitigate. So, you know, I'm very excited about the idea of mandating vaccines. And it's not just to protect our students, it's to protect our DPS employees and their families. And I wonder sometimes if we've done everything that we can to get that message out to folks. I guess I don't have questions. I just have a lot of urgent concern that we move quickly, that we use ESSER funds to hire some contract support if we need it. I'm glad to hear that you're talking about contract nurses, because we need support for these nurses that are working overtime, really, already, and we've just now brought school back for 3 days. Yeah, is Matt going to be serving in that role on the surveillance testing, since that's his expertise? I guess that's the specific question. Is that you? It is. That's one of your many expertises.
Well noted, Ms. Byers. So my team, they're taking really notes. We understand it's really urgent. We're gonna address a lot of those needs.
Do we have any plans for shade structures for outdoors as well that would help during rain? I know you're bringing picnic tables, but do we have shade structures?
Yes,
Dr. Mount,
ma'am.
please.
Yes, we actually have an RFP out now. We expect to receive those proposals on September the 7th.
Thank you. Go ahead, sorry, I may have more, but I'm gonna.
Ms. Lewis?
Thank you so much. Thank you for touching all the very strong points of interest that parents have presented to us, families have presented, administrators as well. I have a couple of questions. You talked about bringing together a team to do the surveillance testing. What would plan look like for us? So I'm curious to know how long is it going to take to get this team together? And when can we expect to know some options to look for surveillance testing to begin?
Thank you for that question. I'm gonna start and I'm gonna let Dr. Hardy jump in with a specific date. We have a team of central office folks that will be a part of that conversation. As I said before, we're gonna have a representative from elementary, middle, and high school principal as well. And as far as board is concerned, I was gonna invite Madam Chair to be able to join us as well. Unless you have additional suggestion, we'll love to consider that as well. Dr. Hardy, anything else? Specific dates?
We're meeting with the vendor next week. They have sent us some preliminary questions. So at that meeting, we will have the opportunity to work with them on a designated timeline. They are serving lots of school districts across the state. So I'll be able to provide an update to Dr. Mabinga and the board after that first preliminary meeting.
I can imagine the demand is high. And it's just my concern is we had this happen as soon as possible. And I know you all have that urgency in mind as well. My other question is around you mentioned local funding for outdoor options for eating. Ms. Beyer, you just talked about the shading options as well. And I've seen where some schools are starting GoFundMe's and PTAs are raising money as well. Outside of local money, do we also have grant funding of any sort for our schools? Will all of our schools have equally have protections that they need for outside instruction or eating?
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for that particular question. We have our DPS Foundation that was able to open up grants for all our schools to apply. If I recall correctly, it was pretty much somewhere around 25 schools being able to receive those grants. So in addition to that, to address the equity issue, that's the reason why we're bringing you tonight. We're able to survey our school to see what they need. That's the recommendation that we're bringing tonight so that we'll make sure all school, their needs are met.
That's good to know. Thank you for that. And
I would like to add this about PTA. We all know, we've been in school for so long. PTA can do in addition to. Prior to COVID, PTA always raised funds for schools. We are not counting on PTA to do what we're supposed to do. That's the reason why we're bringing this recommendation. But if schools decide to go fund me and other venue to raise funds, we're not going to stop them for bringing something in addition to what the district is going to do.
yes, go ahead, Matt. You want to add to that?
Thank you. Just while you're on that, I talked to a lot of families this last 2 weeks who were frustrated with, we want to blank to help blank. And I heard their frustrations, and in those conversations, I tried to, this may not be the best move, but a principal is, is doing 1,000 other things. Appropriately responding to every single offer of help can be incredibly taxing. So I don't want to put the words out there, but can someone in the administration, perhaps in this meeting, my suggestion with them was get with the PTA, get one voice to help the school. If you all have other recommendations, please, but it's going to be frustrating if there's 1,000 offers. We just can't manage that at this time.
Thank you for that feedback. We're taking good notes. We'll see a better way to funnel those conversations.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Thank you.
And also, I'm happy to see that you are activating your student voices in this advisory committee. I just hope that they are really excited to just bring their dream list of what they want as far as what will incentivize other students. I did get an email from Chip earlier this week about what we're doing on encouraging families, having sites, doing robocalls to get the vaccinations for our families. Because it's still, even if a student is incentivized, it's still up to their parents for that to happen. I am happy that the FDA has approved the vaccine, and your request to see where the board stands. It is in my interest, it's in our interest to protect our children 12 and under, to protect each other. So I'm also looking forward to hearing what the recommendations and the best way for us to require vaccines that limits negative impact, but definitely protects our children. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. I think we've worked for more than 3 years now. I always like to see the language here to see where everybody stands. Then I'll see how I can formulate my recommendation.
And I had one more thing about the student athletes. You also asked a question about that and where you were with your athletic directors. That one I'd have to have more conversation and more understanding, because at the same time, requiring vaccinations for school students is not new. So what has to happen for us for that to be part of our regular vaccine plan in general for everybody is what I like to have more conversation about. Thank you.
Ms. Valladares.
All right. Yes, this one works. Okay. Yeah, so I just really wanted to thank you, Dr. Mubenga, for addressing that, we have to do what we have to do. So every school has an opportunity to get the resources they need for outdoor eating, outdoor learning. We're also, it's not just the meal time, but it's also like opportunities to do outdoor learning, which are going to be very important. And I know that we were also going to get a presentation to talk a little more about the the indoor quality, which is also very important. And so stay tuned if you're watching this meeting. We're definitely going to talk about that. I do also appreciate and really thank our nurses and our nurse, Trisha Howard. Thank you so much for your leadership. Seeing the numbers up there, 30 and 15, we have 54 schools at this point, and 30, 15, 45, we're still short, right? We're still short on nurses, and we have some vacancies. And I just wanted to understand a little more, I think, from this aspect. I know that, in terms of vacancies, this is not just this area. We have vacancies with the buses. We have vacancies with our own teachers. We have vacancies. There are a lot of different areas where we need personnel. What are some of the strategies that we have in place, or how can we, make a call out to the community? I mean, working for the school system is something that, it takes sacrifice. There's a lot of different things, but this is a time when, we do need to have nurses accessible. When we think about, the classrooms and children exhibiting symptoms, sometimes, I had to get my own children tested, because of they were sneezing. So I was like making sure I got a COVID test. So there's all this kind of like level of ensuring that we are all getting access to resources that we all need. And our nurses are very, very vital to this process of keeping everyone safe. What are some of the strategies that we have to fill out those vacancies?
Thank you, Ms. Valladares, for that particular question. I'm going to toss this question to Dr. Hardy to get started. Then I would like for Dr. Lesen to come and give overview of some of the strategies. No, to talk first of all about vacancies that we all are facing, as well as some of the strategies we have in place. Dr. Hardy, then Dr. Lesen.
While we are still interviewing and working very closely with Human Resources and Dr. Lassane, we are actively engaged with a vendor who will be able to provide some additional support in the gap of having those full-time nurses, and we should be able to have that contract executed in the next day or so. We want to thank our legal team for working very closely to expedite that. So that will provide some additional support until we are able to secure full-time staff. And just want to thank Nurse Howard, as well as our partners at the Durham County Health Department and our Human Resources Department. We have been actively working together to interview, recruit, interview, and hire nurses. Thank you.
In addition to what Dr. Hardy shared, I would like to also acknowledge the fact that we do have our recruitment bonuses. We have specifically increased the salaries for our nurses, but even with that, particularly with us living in the city of Medicine, it is difficult to be competitive as we would like to be with those other salaries. So I would say that that's an area that we have made some leeway, but we have additional things to look at in order to be competitive. In addition to that, we have expanded our outreach of where we're advertising our positions and trying to tap into other networks in those specific fields in order to be able to maybe tap into some individuals who previously may not have considered working for public schools, but maybe they would look at it, particularly during this time. I think it is important in the particular area of nurses to look at some of the benefits of working for the school district, such as that is 10-month employment and in comparison to some of the other hours. So we try to look at sharing that information of what is more appealing to being a school nurse versus a traditional nurse in the medical field. So those are some additional things. The recruitment bonuses, the increased advertising and tapping into new networks, those strategies are not just reserved for nurses. We are also reviewing salaries for other areas that we may need to increase to be more competitive. And we're just trying to do all that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is wonderful to hear about the bonuses. I know this is definitely we're in hard times, and so as much as we can to have all hands on deck and have as much support for our students is very important. Thank you. I have one question about a lot of our parents have been reaching out to us by phone, by email, messages concerned with attendance. So I have heard from families, and they are, speaking of in the middle of all this, especially as we are getting surveillance testing, as we are getting, other things in place, some families are asking about ADM. We don't have anything yet in terms of flexibility that we know from the state, but anything in terms of attendance, excused absences, something that will give some families at least a little bit of leeway as we navigate, keeping each other safe by keeping your kids at home, encouraging keeping your kids at home if they are presenting any symptom, getting tested, making sure that they do not come to the school site symptomatic, right? And so what can you tell us about those provisions for attendance?
Thank you. I'm going to get Dr. Spencer to come up to the podium to give us some guidelines that we got from the state. Then if possible, Dr. Hardy can jump in as well. But again, I'll say this, we're gonna do everything possible, legally possible, to show some grace with our families as we're going through this. There is a Senate bill, if I recall, 65424 that went to the committee yesterday, and that's something that I would like to share with you. I made copies for all of you. That's going to highlight us on the direction that legislatures, they're trying to mandate how we need to run schools. Dr. Spencer, then Dr. Hardy, if possible.
Absolutely. Good evening. Just a couple, I'm going to split this into two parts. So specifically, you mentioned about schools getting their ADM. And for those that may not be aware, what that is referring to is the student number, enrollment number. As we start the school year, the state captures how many students are enrolled. And there is specific guidance on how we capture that and rules. And last Friday afternoon, DPI did issue some guidance on an alternative to establish that E1. So we have shared with principals for students who, for example, are under a quarantine. They have been medically guided to be at home, perhaps a close contact, perhaps they're in testing. You are exactly right. We do not want them at the school if they are symptomatic or if they are being quarantined, and that they need to contact the school and the school can work with them to establish that E1. Part two of that is after the student is enrolled, what happens for the student that is quarantined or identified as a close contact? And similarly, we have guidance and we have provided that to schools of how to work with those students so that they are not marked absent. Not only for the purpose of capturing it in the ADM, but also for capturing it and keeping them up to date with their learning. I'll pause there. Dr. Hardy, does that ring true from your end?
Absolutely. I don't have any additional things to add. But happy to take any additional questions for both of us if they have them regarding attendance.
Ms. Valladares, did you have any additional questions? No, okay. Thank you. Mr. Sears?
Could I actually ask the same question for our staff? I've received the question twice. I've not forwarded to the administration, but what is the update on teachers not feeling well? Can we have a reminder of what the policies are? There's possible legislation to waive that $50 fee. Does the fee apply to sick days? My main question is it, from your perspective, is it clear to staff and teachers, when they should be staying home, when they should not be staying home? Have we re-educated them on that? Or are they, as a former teacher, I never really understood the vacation and sick time thing. It was sort of like, you don't have vacation time. That's why you have the summer. And taking a sick day, I mean, you just don't do that. So can you all just give me some sort of update on where we are?
And also, are people using their sick leave when they are required to quarantine? Like, is that
Yes,
different this year?
clarity
Right,
on all that
is all
would be
that.
helpful.
All right, Dr. Listener will give you some updates.
Interestingly enough, I just had this conversation with the principal today. So if it's COVID related, there's a little bit of a different process. And I think that that's part of what you specifically want to know. But before I get into that, I want to make sure Dr. Hardy is leading an effort to make sure that all of our schools understand. So all of us are charged with meeting with all of our staff members and reviewing the protocols and covering them and having to certify that we have done that to ensure that every staff member understands those processes. But specifically for COVID processes, one of the things that is required is now that federal leave is gone. But we do still have our state contagious disease leave. And so in our meetings, if we identify a staff member that is either a positive or a close contact, I have access to who those individuals are. They are to email HR leaves and submit their information so that we can review that and make sure that they are not using their own leave in the case of anything that's COVID related. Now, if someone just does not feel well and they're staying home for those reasons, we don't have a leave bank for that. They would be utilizing their own leave. But if they can provide us the certification from the health department that they are an identified positive or a close contact, they have access to that state leave.
So, and I guess another question is, depending on whoever your employer is, and we're a large employer, Alexander and I work for the same employer. They're pretty clear about when they don't want you at work because we're in a pandemic. And so to me, this is just that there's a blurriness there. We certainly are not telling people come to work if you're not feeling well, right?
Of course not.
Right.
We have through our Qualtrics system, every day when we come to work, we are all charged with going through, and that's part of that process that supervisors are charged with reviewing with their staff and ensuring that that takes place. So when I come to work every morning, I certify that I don't have these symptoms. And if I check off any of those symptoms, then I have to stay home. And it tells me that in that certification process. So I think that makes it extremely clear, because if you're doing that process, it's going to tell you whether you can come to work or not.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of snowballing into more questions, but
Okay.
what is, other than we are working on, adding capacity for surveillance testing, I assume that our folks are on their own if they want to find out if they're a COVID positive, negative, or do we direct them to free or low cost testing places? What's the current state for advising our employees about testing?
We try to provide them lots of information on where might be an option for them to test. A lot of that, I will say right now, is the employee seeking that information. But I think that we've tried to make that very widely available. And if anybody's questioned, we've been able to provide that with them very much readily.
Okay, so I don't know if my colleagues share this, but to me, that's the top priority, is we don't want to just be saying, stay home because you're a contact, 10 days, you're out of work. We want testing. And if the policies allow for a return faster, because we're going to be out of people. We're already out of people. We don't have enough subs. We don't have enough nurses.
And we want rapid testing, right? I mean, not all
Yeah.
sites are the same in their turnaround. I mean, we want to work with our health department to locate and send employees to sites where they will get the most accurate, quick turnaround on testing.
Mr. Sears, I would add one other piece to just be aware of, and I had to do this myself when I went to get tested. Most of our employees are members of the state health plan. And the state health plan is very good about providing notifications of places where you can test. And as part of their benefits package, they have tried to make it extremely easy for employees to be able to get any resources they need related to that. So I would say, even though that's not Durham Public Schools, our employees have access to that information that is sent directly to them via the state health plan.
Serious. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I also wanted to add this. If you go to our local health departments, they have all those sites, dates and time as well. So while we're still waiting for our vendors to offer those opportunities to us, what I would suggest to my team, try to have that link on our website so folks will know anytime there's a COVID case. You click on that link, then you have those venues where you can go what time and which day. So my team heard this.
Can I ask one more question on this same line? So let's say I'm not feeling well, I stay home because I don't know what's happening, and I go get a test that day and I don't have a result yet. Is that day my own time? Is that day, could it be covered with COVID leave time? I feel like at this place, we know basically anytime you're not feeling well, you should probably go get tested. So how does that part work? I'm not sure.
In some cases, just depending on what the circumstances are, that could be the employee's own leave because we don't have a bank to charge that to. We have tried to work with supervisors to provide, particularly related to instruction and maintaining the continuity of that classroom, options where there may be telework in those cases to help support that.
And then if a teacher is a close contact and the classroom has gone virtual, I'm assuming that's not a leave day because they are still working. Is that correct?
Exactly, that
Okay.
is
I think
correct.
was the
And
other
it
part
is
of-
an additional expense because we still have to have someone there to supervise the students in that case.
Actually, the one question I didn't get answered was when you take a leave day, it's hard sharing. When they take the different kinds of leave days, what is the charge? I don't think that legislation has changed yet. When are they charged? When are they not charged for a sub?
That legislation has not changed. And so if it's in that COVID box, okay, there's not going to be a charge for them. Okay, but based on what their placement is in relation to the classroom and whether someone has to cover for them, there could indeed be a charge.
It's not different for sick or annual leave. It's the same.
It's going to be related to the type of leave that they are taking. And I can't quote that off the top of my head, so I don't want to quote that wrong, but I would have to go directly to the benefits manual to quote the charge versus non-charged.
Okay. Will that be a part of you said you all are going to speak to every single staff and they're going to sign off? Can we make sure they understand that?
I can make sure that that's included in the documentation that is shared as part of that review.
Great, thank you.
Aspire.
I just would, maybe Mike has questions. I didn't want to jump in line. No. So is there anything that would prevent us from having employees start to voluntarily submit their vaccine status and us starting to collect that?
I know Attorney Sue will be able to jump in and give us some guidance on that.
Yes, you can collect vaccine status information. Sorry. Yes, you can collect vaccine status information, particularly if it's voluntary, there's not an issue, but anyway, yeah, you can collect it. A number of school districts already are doing that.
I'd be interested in just seeing if we could start doing that. I think it's going to be a laborious process and there's no reason to not start that. I think it's going to build confidence with our families. If students want to do that, would that same thing apply to students, or does FERPA get sticky there, Ken? And or people have asked me, are we waiting on Governor Cooper to mandate the vaccine, or can local districts do that for students?
Well, that's a whole different question. And as Ms. Lewis mentioned, there are certain immunizations that are required. They're specified by state statute and DHHS. And any requirement that you have is going to be subject to a number of exemptions, including religious exemptions and medical exemptions. I think it's a somewhat vexed question for a local board to take that on by itself with regard to students. Students do have a right to attend school, and you would want to have an extremely compelling health reason before you did something like that, in my view. And going back to your suggestion at the beginning, Natalie, understanding from the scientist's point of view what the impact of requiring vaccination universally would be on COVID spread when you already have mandatory masking, the quarantine regime that the health department has imposed would be, I think, something very important for you to have a handle on before you made a decision like that. So hearing from both your director of health and the collaborative on those kinds of questions. So given a number of variables, one being you can't require everybody to get it. There have to be a religious exemption, for example. You have everybody wearing masks. how does that fit into the calculus? What benefit are you gaining in exchange for the burden that you're placing on either students or staff?
I feel like debating that right now with you, Ken, but that's an interesting point. That's a lot to think about. But I think the benefits to staff alone and adults are so clear. And clearly there are exemptions in for religious and medical issues. It is tragic to read about teachers that are immunocompromised in Florida this week that passed away because there's the whole cohort of colleagues and students couldn't be vaccinated.
And just to clarify, when I'm talking about benefit, I mean sort of benefit to the school operation. I think I'd be in complete agreement with you that it just makes sense for people to get vaccinated for a number of reasons: your health, the health of people around you, the health of the community. But the question is, when you ask the ABC Collaborative or your health department, what impact would requiring this have on the safety of our school environment? I think you'd want scientific and expert guidance on that subject before you ventured down that particular road. And that's from the point of view of legal defensibility. It's not really a policy comment.
Yeah, that's helpful. I do want to hear from the collaborative, and I hope we can do that soon. Athletics is something we talked about before. I didn't hear updates, but I do continue to have concern about, I think Duke just put a limit on the number of, they're recommending highly masked at outdoor events, especially if they have about 100 people. Is that the number that came out today that was the Duke thing from today? I think it's important for us to continue to really look at this and look at the viral load that folks are spreading, even vaccinated folks. Have you all had thoughts, Dr. Mabenga, on work for students that are quarantined and raising the quality of what we can offer to students who are out? And frankly, something that we might be able to dream up for those 162 students that are waiting to transfer into Ignite. Is there any creative solution we can come up with at a short-term and longer term on those issues that y'all are thinking about?
Thank you. I'm going to start with the 162 on the waiting list. I think I was smiling because Dr. Hardy and we've been really grappling about what are the creative solutions we can come up for those 160 students. I think our academic team, they were grappling with that as well. I'm gonna let Dr. Hardy jump in a few minutes. We don't have a concrete solution yet because we're looking at other venue with Apex Online and other venues as well, trying to pull some of the staff to volunteer and so forth. We're still on that stage of trying to see what's the best way to do it, but we don't want to overload our teachers that's in the classroom already dealing with our in-person students. But we are still in the work of to try to see how we can accommodate those students. Dr. Hardy, you can jump in and answer the other part of the questions. What's the quality instruction for those students that's been quarantined?
For students who are quarantined and are not able to be on campus, if we think about that almost similar to pre-COVID, when a student might have pneumonia and they might have to be out for 10 days, we would make sure that that youngster has instruction. Thanks to our board and the support that we have, we are now in a one-to-one environment. And so the first few days of school, we have been distributing our Chromebooks to make sure that our students will have access. And for those students that are in need, they will also have access to a hotspot. So students who are in quarantine will have access to those electronic resources, similarly to those resources that they had when we were all in the virtual environment through our learning management system. There will also be opportunities, if appropriate, for that student to join synchronously to that particular classroom. And then working with that group of students when they come back to make sure that if there is any additional help that they would need, that they have the opportunity to catch up. We are still exploring even additional options, as Dr. Mabenga mentioned, not only for potentially for the students who are waiting to get in Ignite, but also for students that may have to be quarantined. I would like to thank our Ignite team as well as our curriculum and instruction team. We do have I call them the base courses, and we have those Canvas courses that have already been created that provide a significant number of resources aligned to the curriculum resources that our board has approved the contracts for. So we do have those resources already available. So to help supplement what our teachers would also be providing. So not to put any additional work on our teachers when we may have 2 or 3 students in that particular classroom that may be quarantined.
Just follow up on that. I think some teachers might not like this, but I do think at some point we have to kind of have our teachers ready to be virtual and in person, because at any moment people could have to be on a close contact and switch to a virtual classroom. And I think that there were some educators who were able to kind of figure out how to make that work this spring. And I wonder how we can learn from them to have those conversations, because I mean, we kind of know at this point a student might, positive case might come up, the classroom has to flip, students have to flip. So we kind of need to be ready at any moment. And I don't want to put a lot of work on our educators. I know they are working really hard, but I do think we have to be in a position to really be ready to pivot kind of at any moment when it comes to this curriculum. And so I just want us to think a little proactively about that. I worry about 10 days is a lot of time that students have to be home. How do we make sure we can have good, robust instruction for them during that time?
And go ahead, sorry.
We've also been monitoring our Canvas pages and logins, and our teachers are doing a phenomenal job. Most of our teachers, their Canvas pages are already up and running. They're in the classroom. Students are having the opportunity to use some of their devices and also engaging in more traditional education. So our teachers really are doing a great job. We know that that will increase as we continue throughout the academic year. We're monitoring that closely, and with some of our ESSER dollars, we have digital teaching and learning facilitators that are actually providing some ongoing direct support to teachers to help them make sure that those pages are up and running. So that will be that's a proactive strategy that helps us when and if we do have to pivot quickly to remote learning or to that quarantine status that occurs where either the classroom and or those particular youngsters.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the emails that we've gotten in the families that have said when their child was quarantined, those touch points didn't happen. And I want them to hear that it's something that we are very actively working on. We want to do better at that. And to the families that want us to just live stream class out to everyone, can we be clear, we don't have that capability technologically? I don't want to overstate, but I think folks wish we did, but I don't think we have that capability. Is that?
No, we don't. I know we just bought probably 2 virtual classrooms that we're trying to put, one probably in the middle school and a high school, where one teacher may be teaching from one place, everybody will be able to follow, and they cost over $100,000. So those are the 2 that we have, and that's we're gonna decide where we're gonna place them. District-wide, we don't have that capacity yet.
I know Mr. Raven has a question. You can bring him up on Zoom.
Greetings. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. And I really just had 3 questions for the administration. Also, let me also thank Chair Umstead and the board for understanding my need to attend virtually. We are starting to have some pre-labor activities, so baby Raven will be here in the next few days. So that kind of slowed me down from being able to be in attendance. So the first question I have is
for you, Mr. Raven. I don't know if you can hear it.
Thank you. The first question that I had is, really relates to Ignite. And I'm wondering, does the state limit of the class size for elementary schools, is that in effect for virtual as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good to know. My second question is, thinking about I think the 162, 167 pending requests that we have for Ignite, I'm going to make the assumption that most of those are already DPS students, but do you all have an idea of how many students that aren't already enrolled in DPS are on that list of pending applicants for Ignite, like roughly?
I'm not sure we have that information for the pending applicants. We do have that information for the students that are enrolled. We also have grade level information for the pending applicants. And I'm pausing because I'm trying to make eye contact with Mr. Hickson, and he's nodding. He's moving, so he may have additional information.
Thank you.
Um,
And I'll just say the reason I'm asking is just because I want us to all kind of have a understanding of how many people are also coming to DPS and looking for this option, because it's definitely viable in this time of need. So I definitely love to share any information we can.
Yeah, so we had 199 commitment forms submitted by families that did not go to DPS last year during our original round, which is a great number. So that puts us 199 out of roughly 700 that came in. I think we actually ended up enrolling about 160 of those 199. So you're looking at a percentage. So you can kind of extrapolate that out to the families that are on the waiting list. Most of them are DPS students, but there are a percentage, probably less than 20%, that are not.
That is good to know. Thank you. Thank you. My last question is going to go back to, I believe this is going to go to maybe Dr. Hardy and Dr. Monk. I sent out a request because I was curious about something that a lot of our parents and a lot of people in the community have been asking about. And it really deals with the outside access when it comes to being able to eat lunch outside. So I'm not asking if, what schools are currently eating outside, but I just want to know infrastructure wide. Are all of our schools able to support eating outside? That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to have the picnic tables out there or anything else like that. I just want to have an idea of infrastructure wise. Is there any campuses that cannot support it at this time and they need additional focus? Or are we in a good spot where all of the campuses can support it in some way, shape, or form? And we just need to kind of strategize on what else we need to do to be able to bring that into fruition.
Yes, Mr. Raven. So in short, yes, all campuses could eat outside. That's partly how we got to the table count that we're going to be presenting later on in the meeting. When we surveyed the schools, about 50 of them responded. It was a mix, but more than 75% at each grade level said that they were already eating outside. When we asked how many tables do you think that you would need to support your plan for eating, we got around 305 total tables that they said was needed. But we also had about 14 schools that didn't respond to that question. And so in order to make sure that we have enough that's coming, that's where we came up with the 650 that we're going to order initially, distributed those to the schools, and see how they're utilized. I think it was brought up earlier, some of the PTAs have already donated some picnic tables, some canopies and things like that. And so we will be filling in those gaps as well.
That's great news. Those were my only 3 questions. Thank you all.
Ms. Valladares.
Thank you all so much. So many considerations. I will say that I'm very grateful for our community partners who have been supportive. Back in December, we did get a proposal for COVID-19 testing pilot for K through 12 with public schools. That was back in December 3rd. And at that time, there was considerations about rapid testing versus PCR testing. And I think a lot of the information, we have had a lot of discussions. There's a lot of consideration. Even those opportunities with Dr. Mark Sendak, we have had partners, Greenlight, ABC Collaborative, so many folks who have been really supportive. And I really appreciate everyone just taking all the considerations into account, whether it's rapid testing. It works in some ways, it's not foolproof, right? There are definitely some false positives that do come out of that, but it has been very useful. And so I think that we have learned over time to determine that there's a use for all kinds of testing, and also backing it up with PCR testing. And that's something that the county health department does do. So if there's any concern about symptoms that are still there and prevalent, we do ask community members to use the website. As Dr. Mubenga said, it's going to be it's a very useful site. It'll tell you what sites have PCR. I actually used it. I think a lot of us have been using it. it'll tell you what sites have the rapid versus the PCR testing. And if there's a need for you know, for accommodations and all that, this district is going to work through that. I'm very, very grateful for the HR information that was given to us. So just wanted to thank everyone for that.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. I had just a couple of comments. I'm glad, thank you for this update, Dr. Mbinga. I'm glad for the work that we're doing moving forward. I think I know we're gonna talk about picnic tables later today, but I feel a little frustration that we're just kind of getting here. I wanted us to have picnic tables as schools were starting this year. And so I hope that as we think about the winter time coming, how are we already proactively thinking about what might be lunch options when it gets cold outside for our students? And also a time from last year that we saw high COVID cases, right? Because of the winter time. So I'm glad we're doing this work. I know y'all were extremely busy this summer, but I want us to think a little proactively because we know also every other school district is thinking about the same thing. So how can we get that order in so we can have it here early in the winter time would be really great. I also hope that we can work. I know a lot of the PTAs have done a lot of organizing, and I know some of our schools haven't had that same level of commitment. So we can start with those same schools that didn't have as much commitment to make sure they have what they need. I think that would be really helpful in making sure that we have access. Everyone has access to that. A lot of things that I was going to say were also covered in some of the questions that you all asked. I really believe it's important that all of our staff are vaccinated. And it sounds like from talking to Mr. Sue, we're going to need some more guidance and legal information. But I think starting at asking who is vaccinated and who is not, I want to hope we can provide information for people who are on the fence, who are confused, who might have questions. I think in a lot of the conversations I've had with people, there's just some misconceptions, and it needs to be a one-on-one conversation around why you should get vaccinated and why this is important. So I want us to start the process of considering what that might look like, but start providing some information also to our staff and families. We've done a lot of great webinars out there. Feel like there's webinars all the time around vaccines. How do we pub that so people have the information that they need? And if we need to do, I think, a student to student effort or a parent to parent effort, those are some of the most effective campaigns, right? When people are talking to your neighbors and your friends about vaccination, that feels really important. I think I want to make sure everyone also from the board, I think Ms. Beyer and Ms. Lewis, y'all talked about the vaccination, where you were. Want to hear from everyone else where you all are around vaccination mandate and what that might look like for us. Again, Mr. Sue gave us some legal advice, so there would be some work that we need to get into to do before we made a decision, but want to hear where y'all stand. And Mr. Raven too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it relates to the vaccine, and you're saying like the vaccine mandate, right? Actually, I fully believe that we should mandate that our in-school personnel, our staff, are vaccinated. Although with like the Delta variant, you know, vaccinated individuals can carry it and transmit it. A lot of those cases there's still protection and there's still benefits and there's still reduced transmission and such. If we are going to say that one of our primary objectives is the safety of our students, with the data that we have, vaccine, along with other interventions like wearing masks and trying to keep that social distancing and washing hands and sanitation, all that together is necessary, in my opinion. So I'm on the side of mandating vaccinations for our teachers, administration, and staff. And that's anyone that interacts with our students, all of our staff, you know, because the primary objective is to protect those who cannot be vaccinated yet, and that's, our students. So that's my opinion. I believe in the mandate for vaccination.
Um, I am in support of a vaccine mandate. I do think that we have to also realize, like, we work with different types of folks. When it comes to uh, provisions for religious exemptions, I really want to make sure, whether it's that's 1% or 2%, if we have 98% of people vaccinated, I am not going to fight 100%. I think that, that there's definitely provisions. I just want to be sure that, we do put the mandate out, and that we do abide by those processes, where if there are folks who have, and they'll do the paperwork, the religious, there's definitely that religious exemption or any other considerations. And I really hope that that is very minimal, so that at least we have 98. I mean, that would be um, a big success. I think it would give a lot of people, more relief, because at this point, not knowing, I mean, even in a classroom, um, children are concerned about other children. Like, a lot of them have the idea that many of their classmates may not be vaccinated. Teachers have the same thing. It's just going to to uh, add to that culture of safety that we want to instill in DPS.
I'm also in favor of a vaccine mandate, though I want to hear from the collaborative again soon, as was mentioned. What was true a year ago when we were using words like herd immunity and 90%, to my layperson understanding is that doesn't matter when there's crossover, right? And we have a virus that's beating vaccinations. So what is it about? It's about health. It's about survival. It's about community. And if vaccines can help, and when our top scientist says it's time to put personal liberty aside, I trust that. And our vision and mission statements, those are political, and unfortunately this is political now, but I think we as a board have a chance to stand and say this is our belief and our vision, and to help protect our people, sometimes in spite of themselves. So.
Mr. Raven, did you have any comments?
I do. We've kind of touched on a few topics, and I think Mr. Sears brings up a great point, because there are some people that will dismiss, the vaccines, because it's said that, even if you have the vaccine, you can still get COVID. Of course, with the new Delta variant, the ability to transmit it, and the reason that they call it breakthrough is because even if you're double vaccinated, there's a higher percent chance that you could get it compared to the original strain. I think that the rate that they had in the UK study was somewhere around 66%, and that was confirmed with another US study. But the other benefits of actually having a vaccine is, again, and this is based upon the studies, it reduces the severity and it reduces the likely cause of death. So I think what we're talking about is dealing with public health. The one thing, and I'll say that I am in favor of mandating the vaccines, but I also think that there's other tools at our disposal that we should also consider using as well. For instance, I think the goal should first be to get buy-in. I always think that that's something that we should look toward. I believe that we should at least incentivize everybody who's willing to now provide us with their COVID vaccination rates, which at least, again, it gets the morale up. It lets people know that we are still incentivizing them for truly being a partner in this process. I know there's an airline company that recently increased their health benefit costs. They didn't mandate the COVID vaccine, but they increased the cost of insurance for those who were not vaccinated, because it was estimated based on their forecast that people that are sent to the hospital for COVID-related reasons that are not vaccinated generally have a $40,000 increase in the cost of caring for them from a medical perspective, just based upon the length of stay and the severity of the sickness. So I think for all of those reasons, you have to be in favor of what's going to be the best benefit to the community as a whole, and especially in a classroom setting where it's so many people in a smaller area. So I would definitely have to advocate it based upon the research and the science.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. So, Dr. Mavinga, I think you've heard, I think we need to do some research. It sounds like we are not here yet to mandate something, but I think we need to do the work to figure out how we can incentivize, how we provide information to our employees, and then it sounds like we'll get with our legal team to figure out the rest of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was clear enough. So I'm gonna work with my team to see how soon we can bring the AVC collaborative doctors. If it's going to require a special board meeting, we'll do that as well. So we're gonna start making those contacts as soon as tomorrow. Then from that point, I think a lot of folks will be able to tune in, and they can tell our staff should know pretty much this, all our board members, they're leaning toward that. So let's hear from our medical doctors and our legal counsel as well. And I think from that point, then we'll see what direction we'll be moving forward.
Mr. Lee.
I just wanted to state, I'm also in favor of our staff reporting their status. You know, us doing that as soon as possible, reporting if they've been vaccinated or not.
I think that can inform what needs to
Yeah.
happen next.
Right.
Ms. Valladares.
Yeah, I think all of us are in agreement with the vaccine mandate. I think there's specifics around, provisions like, ADA and whatever other provisions that would have to be there. And I guess, Kensu can tell us more like, Title VII obligations, employers considering religious exemptions. My thing is that needs to be coupled with, if there are exemptions, the testing. And those testings, there are a lot of institutions that require that if you do not have proof of vaccination, you have to get tested, whether it's weekly. It's just something that something's got to be happening, because we have to ensure that everybody who comes to our sites is able to be in our sites. And so the testing is going to have to go hand in hand. So I'm not only going for a vaccine mandate. I also think that testing, and that's where we need to get the testing ready to go, so that anybody who has yet to provide proof of vaccination has to go through the testing. And I'm pretty sure Matt has, again, we're kind of like just highlighting the work that he's doing for Duke, but that's something that a lot of institutions, University of Vermont is doing that too. A lot of institutions are doing that.
And I think we need to do some work before we can be ready to vote on a policy on that. So thank you, Dr. Mavinga. Okay.
I just wanted to agree with you. Yes, thank you.
And I just want to say that any people who are watching, I understand the skepticism. I was hesitant when I went and got my shot, right? But I decided that it was the right thing to do, because I knew this could decrease my ability to die, right? COVID is killing folks right now. This vaccine can help save your life. And I want the message to be, we want to help save lives. Please go get vaccinated. If you have questions, reach out to folks. I think all of us have Facebook and Twitter and email. Contact us if you have questions. It's so, so important for your life. We want to save your lives. And that's what this vaccine can do. All right, so that was just the superintendent's update. We still have a full agenda to go through for today's meeting. The next item is our agenda review and approval.
I move approval of the agenda as presented.
I second.
Been moved and properly second. We're going to do a roll call vote. We have our virtual board member joining us. So I'll start with Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Sears.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Raven.
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. So the agenda passes unanimously. The next item is the Board of Education monthly meeting minutes.
Move approval of the minutes from June 24th, 2021.
I'll second.
To move and properly second, any other discussion? Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis? Mr. Sears?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Mr. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Raven?
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. Next, we have general public comments. We have two speakers who are here. And then we have some comments that have been submitted online. So we'll allot 30 minutes for this time. We'll have our two speakers who are here in person go first, and then we'll transition to the online public comments. So our first speaker is Crystal Dreschbach. I apologize if I'm not saying your name correctly. Crystal. I'm sorry, Crystal. Yes, push the button to turn the mic on. I have a little statement that I need to say before we get started. No, you're fine. Submitted public comments will be read out loud during the public comment period, and our board members will listen carefully and consider. A quick review of the rules. Please state your name. If you're speaking for an organization, please state the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. The little timer up there, the yellow light will come on when you have 1 minute left. When the red light comes on, it is your time to stop. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of our students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. Crystal, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Crystal Dreisbach. I'm a proud parent of a first grader and a fourth grader at Eno Valley Elementary. We are so happy this week, aside from the bus hiccups, very happy about everything that's happened this week. We love Mr. Giles, the principal. My kids' teachers, Mrs. Schenkenberger and Mrs. Coleman, are awesome. As always, DPS teachers exceed all expectations. I don't know where y'all find them, but they're amazing. And I just wanted to make a couple comments about public health. I have a public health research background, and I loved my job in public health during my career. It was in research utilization. And my whole job was to make sure that, the best available research evidence didn't just sit on a shelf after a research study was done, but that it was it was gathered and meta-analyzed and applied to programs, policy, and practice. Everything from, a country's health guidelines all the way down to, how we operate in a classroom. And I absolutely loved that job. So I just wanted to say I'm very much for the vaccine mandate. It sounds like most people are. I realize there are legal things to look into and research to do. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because this is a very strange time to be trying to consider this, which is it's a legal issue, it's an ethical issue, it's a, personal liberty issue, it's a public health issue, it's an educational issue. It must be so hard, and I don't envy your very big responsibility, your task to do that. But of course, I want to encourage the Board of Education to be leaders as a district. Maybe there are other districts out there who've done this, and maybe we can look and see how they did it as part of the research. But if we can do this, I think it's so important. There is indisputable evidence that the people who could be vaccinated but aren't being vaccinated are driving the Delta variant epidemic. So I think it would mean a lot to a lot of parents out there. I know every parent in my cohort is hoping that that will be the case. And at the very minimum, vaccine status, that's already been discussed, but it's actually what I came to talk about tonight. Is a friend of mine in Asheville. Her kid goes to a Asheville school, and their school was able to tell her and all the other parents what percentage of the staff and teachers were vaccinated. And that gave her so much relief because, we parents at home during a lockdown, we have a lot of control over our children's health. But then when we put them in the school, now that there's so many variables, we feel out of control and we put it, oh, shoot. Does that mean I'm done?
You can finish your line of thought, your statement.
Okay. So we put them in your hands, and if we can, reduce risk from any possible variables, it's going to be a good thing for the whole community. And the last thing I wanted to say is that protecting everyone obviously directly impacts, as I can see from tonight's discussion, DPS's budget and human resources. So both of those things, vaccination status and mandated vaccines, are going to help with a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rhonda Taylor Bullock.
different setup. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Rhonda Taylor Bullock. I am here as the chair of the Education and Youth Committee of the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. And I'm here to present our policy proposals, which all of you have had a little advance notice of. We've been in discussion about, and I'll share some of them with you all tonight based off of the time that I have. Dear board, we recognize that you all have approved a racial and educational equity policy for the district. We believe that this was a notable step in advancing equity in the school system for Black and brown children. In the spirit of improving outcomes for Black children and families, we, the Education Committee, propose the following policies to you all to build upon the foundation of the work that you've already done. And here are a few of them, maybe not all of them. We've divided them into 3 categories. So the first one is the category of hiring. We want to ensure that by 3rd grade, every child in the district will have had at least 2 core subject area classroom teachers of color, 1 Black and 1 brown. We want to ensure that all school and district level interviews incorporate assessment of cultural competency and cultural humility. We want to place all armed law enforcement officers in the parking lot of DPS buildings rather than in school buildings, and incorporate an annual community review of the MOU. We want to provide universal pre-K for all families with the greatest demonstrated need. 2nd category, training. We want to require every new hire, regardless of position in the district, to attend racial equity training approved by the Office of Equity Affairs Advisory Board. We'd like to incorporate racial equity standards in the evaluation process of all employees and board members. We want to incorporate the voices of students, parents, and caregivers to drive professional development opportunities. Our last category is in truth telling. We ask that the district complete a racial equity audit for every school and for district departments every 3 years. We'd like for you all to provide transparency regarding the demographic data on educators' identities, i.e. race, gender, and discipline referrals by school. We would like you all to incorporate community feedback comprised of voices from those who demonstrate the greatest needs as part of annual evaluations of DPS principals, particularly for those with persistent equity gaps, i.e. in restorative justice practices, suspension data, attendance, student attrition, under enrollment, and access to advanced academics. And we also want you all to include equity standards in the evaluation of principals. These are not all of the policy proposals that we are putting out. This is just a high-level overview. And we're not just giving this to you and walking away. We want to be in collaboration with you all to see these things through. Thank you all so much for your time and attention. And we look forward to being in conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Bullock. Do you have, can you email us a copy of your proposals that you went through?
Yes, I will email all of you all immediately after the set, as soon as I get back to my computer, and it will include the full list. Again, I just provided some of the ones that were up here, and we were able to incorporate some feedback, but we look forward to incorporating all of the ideas that you all share with us.
Thank you. All right. The next items we have on our agenda are consent items. Oh, I'm sorry. We have more public comment. Excuse me, Mr. Sutter.
Madam Chair, we have 28 further public comments listed, and I will take the board's pleasure on how much time to spend on each one in the time that we have.
Do a minute per comment?
1 minute per comment through all 28?
Yes.
All right. All right, this will be the first time that I've ever been buzzed out by our own podium timer. First public comment comes from Charles Wood of 2013 Wilson Street. I appreciate the creative work and the extent to which DPS is keeping schools safe for in-person education, but the one glaring absence was a plan to get 100% uptake of vaccines among staff, teachers, and students over 12. Given the FDA's approval this week, I believe a mandate for these vaccines is a reasonable path forward. Please enact this mandate to protect our children, teachers, and staff. A mandate would continue to show the state and country that DPS is a shining example of safe in-person education. The next comment comes from Brittany Patterson of Brentwood Road. On January 19th, 2021, the Durham City Council expanded protections for residents in employment and public accommodations from discrimination based on gender identity, sexuality, and military status. Somehow, our public schools transportation system has failed to get that memo, as my non-binary child was recently questioned about their gender identity by their bus driver. The bus driver told them that they only had 2 options for gender because the bus was divided up into the girls' side and the boys' side. The bus driver then forced them to move to the section assigned to their previous gender after further provocative conversation questioning the gender of their parents intended to browbeat my child into conforming. Gender segregation is not only prohibited by Title IX, but a practice that is known to be harmful to all children. It hampers their ability to learn to interact with different genders, legitimizes institutional sexism, and increases the pressure to conform to gender stereotypes, which can lead to depression, stress, and suicidal ideations based on being unable to fit in. All of the comments are in full on the DPS website on the webpage for this board meeting. The next comment comes from Rebecca Koistra of Maynard Avenue. Good evening. My name is Rebecca Koistra, and I have a new first grader at Club Boulevard Elementary. I'm excited and anxious about my child going to in-person schooling. However, I am concerned that DPS has not done its due diligence in ensuring the health and safety of both students and staff. Our PTA recently raised several $1,000s to install air purifiers in every classroom. While quite impressive, these types of safety measures should not rely on parental involvement and resources. What of the schools with no PTA or with parents who cannot come up with that sort of organization or funds? Do those kids and staff not also deserve a safe space to learn? We know what mitigates the spread of COVID-19, and the county needs to fully fund these measures across all schools. Outsourcing these tasks to parents only serves to reinforce the education gap, widen health inequities, and if these tasks are not done, contribute to the spread of the virus in the community at large. We can do better. The next comment comes from Tommy Watson of Bexley Avenue. I have 3 comments, questions. 1, the Strong Schools Toolkit that you have been so heavily promoting does not go far enough in keeping students safe. To this point, you have said that schools will maintain at least 3 feet of distance, which isn't enough, but instead, most classrooms have 1 foot of distance between desks. If you can't meet the distancing requirements, students should not be back in overcrowded schools. I'm glad you were all physically distanced in your BOE meetings, but try sitting for 6 hours in the middle of a classroom with 1 foot between desks, including eating breakfast and lunch unmasked, inside, surrounded by unvaccinated kids, while knowing there are active COVID cases in the school, because that's what our kids do. 2, previously, the benchmark of 5% county positivity rate was set to define when transmission rates of the virus were too high to resume in-person learning and pivoting to remote instruction or hybrid was necessary. For the last 4 weeks, the county has been higher than 5%. Where and why has the benchmark been moved to allow the school system to function under Plan A? The next comment comes from Sarah Walls of West Glen Road. Please provide regular COVID testing at schools and offer more vaccine clinics on site so that middle and high schoolers can get vaccinated more easily. I would love to hear more direct encouragement of students, staff, and families to get vaccinated if they are able. The next comment is from Elena Feinstein of Oakland Avenue. Our COVID infection and test positivity rates in Durham are higher than last school year, and many more students are now present in schools. We should have robust mitigation, contact tracing, and testing. There is a patchwork approach to common sense strategies like eating outdoors and improved ventilation, air purification, when this should be uniform across all schools. Even at schools doing outdoor lunch, students are still eating breakfast or snack indoors all the time and lunch when it's raining. Having easy access to surveillance testing on site at schools would also go a long way to keeping us all safer and is in the county's interest to fund. Finally, for the purpose of tracking exposure, we cannot assume that mass contact doesn't spread COVID as in current DPS policy. Masks help and are essential, but by no means completely prevent transmission, especially when worn imperfectly, as I have observed in both students and teachers and staff. We may have a vaccine approved for younger children soon. Let's not have needless infections in the home stretch before they can be better protected. The next speaker is Rafe Mazer of Knox Street. I first want to commend the incredible job DPS has done since schools reopened in March and how reassuring this has been as a parent to know DPS is so committed to our children's well-being. Now that we have full FDA authorization, the next step should be mandatory vaccination for all staff and faculty. My child is not old enough to be vaccinated, and having all staff vaccinated will go a long way to keeping our unvaccinated children at a lower risk of getting sick until they are allowed to be vaccinated themselves. The science is clear on the benefits of the vaccines and the low risks of side effects. We need to all embrace what is the best way out of this pandemic for ourselves and for the children of DPS. The next comment is from Teresa Dowell Blackington of Duke Street. My name is Teresa Dowell Blackington, and I'm the mother of a second grader and kindergartner at club and the PTA president. While I have nothing but the highest praise for the administration, teachers, and staff at club who have been exceptionally responsive to parent concerns and who are constantly pivoting to do their best for our kids, I have been terribly disappointed at the lack of action and leadership from our district. As has been the case throughout this pandemic, parents are being asked to carry far too much of the burden for their children's safety, and we are exhausted. It is time for the district to stop with the empty political rhetoric and to take the necessary actions to keep our kids safe. Every teacher, staff, and volunteer in our schools must be vaccinated. The science is clear that this is the best way to protect our students. Vaccines are being mandated for federal employees, the military, employees at hospitals and private businesses, and school employees in states, cities, and districts across our country, including in neighboring Orange County. The district's rhetoric that you must, quote, balance the public health interest with employees' right to confidentiality is nonsense. Next comment is from Heather Fahey of Edgevale. I'm concerned that there is little to no specificity in required testing following symptom onset or exposure in terms of testing, i.e. requiring PCR to return to school as recommended by the CDC. A COVID-19 test is too vague. I would like to see surveillance testing for all staff and students. Testing plus masking dramatically reduces transmission. Simple things can be the most helpful. All meals outside, even breakfast, and all windows made openable, operable, and open all day. I know it's hot now, but our numbers are wildly high, and kids can wear coats in the classroom if we see a spike at Christmas. The next comment is from Jen Lowe of Fountain Ridge Road. Thank you for mandating masks district-wide. Also, big thanks for restarting and updating the COVID dashboard with the individual school spreadsheet. It really helps with peace of mind and decision-making. If it's possible to increase the number of students eating outdoors and to bring back regular asymptomatic testing, that would be wonderful. Also, providing paid COVID leave for teachers who test positive or who need to stay home to care for COVID positive family members would help keep our community safe and cared for. Next is Joanna John of Kismet Drive. Thank you to everyone in your work for your work in rolling out the school year. I appreciate the current precautions in place. I would like to recommend the following. All adults in DPS buildings to be vaccinated, air purifiers to be in every classroom, outdoor lunch, surveillance testing offered at each school, symptom monitoring and reporting, and contact tracing. Additionally, I'd like to see vaccine and testing stations set up outside of schools. I'd like all of this funded by the government so that there are not discrepancies among school resources. Next is an anonymous DPS parent at Lake Vista Drive. What percentage of DPS employees and supporting staff are vaccinated against COVID? Will vaccination be mandatory this year? Next is L. Cooper of Wythebrook Lane. I am a parent of a third grader. Given the fact that the pandemic numbers have exploded since we had the option to choose Ignite Online, I respectfully ask that DPS offer some kind of alternative to families who no longer feel it is safe to return in person at this time. Until community cases are significantly lower and our young ones have a chance to get fully vaccinated, families with high-risk individuals like mine may no longer feel in person is an option at this time. I understand and respect that we can't expect our teachers to double their workload. But if families who choose to keep their children home just had access to the same information that children who are sick or quarantined have, that would go a long way in keeping our kids safe and not falling behind. And those kinds of absences would need to be reclassified as excused as well. The next is an anonymous DPS parent in zip code 27713. While I appreciate parents wanting to take every possible precaution against COVID, I'm uncomfortable that parents are making decisions about purchasing equipment such as air purifiers to operate in buildings they don't manage. I hope the board and administration are consulting vetted experts and making the best choice for our schools, particularly if these purchases will take funds which could be used for other valuable resources with greater impact. There is little proven benefit to air purifiers against COVID, but the improper use could cause other health problems for our kids. Next is Patrick Nally of Lakeview Road. I think it has become clear since the last work session that the board is falling short on protections for its employees and students during COVID. The community needs more than vague generalities on PowerPoint presentations. We need details on testing, vaccination mandates, quarantining, and outdoor meals. I urge the board to enact stringent policies on these issues. Next is Eric Smith of Lauren Lane. Why are eliminating transportation to after-school church programs? The end result is working parents having to pick up even more slack because of these decisions. Your average family in Durham has 2 parents working 40+ hours a week just to be able to live in Durham. And now we're supposed to quit our jobs and work 3rd shift somewhere just to pick up our kids from their 7-hour day at school? Next is Abby Williamson of Central Durham. Hello, I am writing the board to ensure all schools have the materials they need to support outdoor lunches, which are important for minimizing the spread of COVID during unmasked eating time. Schools with resource families are running successful GoFundMe campaigns for mats and picnic tables, and I'm concerned that schools with less resource families will go without these materials, eating lunch indoors instead. This is an equity issue, as I'm sure you're aware. Additionally, it will be helpful to have district-wide policies that specifically state outdoor lunch is the norm and expectation during this pandemic, versus a nice thing to do when the weather is especially pleasant. Thank you for your thoughtful leadership during this time of great anxiety. Next is Yale Symes of Woodcroft. We have a 1st grader in DPS and she cannot get vaccinated against COVID yet. To us, eating outside is the most important thing that schools can do to keep our kids safe from the virus. But our school has no concrete plan on how to implement this. It's up to each individual teacher. The teachers need to know exactly how, where, and when to take their kids outside to eat. I wish that the district supplied yoga mats or towels for the kids to sit on. Eating outside should happen every day, not just when the teacher feels like it. I also hope that all DPS classrooms will have portable HEPA air purifiers because the EPA says that those mitigate COVID risks above and beyond good HVAC filters. Next is Jenny Schaefer Goldberg of Dover Ridge Lane. I'm seeing inequities for outdoor lunches across schools in the district. One of my sons is at Carrington and will have an opportunity to eat outside only 1 day per week. My other son is at Eno Valley. I understand we have some outdoor covered spaces that will be available starting next week, but students do not have the ability to eat outside every day. From our principal, quote, "We have made a request to our district for additional covered spaces to support learning and lunch." What exactly are we waiting for, and what does the district need to make this happen? Indoor lunch appears to be the most likely risk of spreading the virus. According to a study by the CDC published in March, quote, "The growth rate of COVID-19 cases increased by as much as 1.2 percentage points, 41 to 100 days after indoor dining resumed." This was prior to the Delta variant emergence. Next is Holly Rivera of Marbury Drive. I would like to know why the schools are not allowed to provide a hybrid option where the kids that are not vaccinated can attend class online. I understand that there was a virtual option, but that was not for everyone because it reached capacity. And why should students that have applied and won lottery placements in the school of their choice or preference have to sacrifice their seats at that school just to protect their health? It's not right to tell a child they can't have a seat at the school they want to go to, or that they can't attend school virtually and keep their seat for after a vaccine is available. Why are we okay with putting kids' lives at risk, yet we shut down the whole state and city before vaccines were available for adults? These kids shouldn't have to make a choice like sacrificing their desired school and their health, nor should the teachers have to make the choice, regardless of whether or not they are vaccinated. Seems like it would be safer for all parties to at least have the option to be virtual. We've already proven it can be done. I pray you all make the right decision here for everyone. Next is Jennifer Oldham of Mayweed Drive. Please expand busing services for kids to include after-school programs, sporting, and dance programs. This will help kids of all economic backgrounds get into quality enrichment programs where they can be taken care of until parents get off work and also reduce driving for already strained families. Suggest having programs apply to be on the bus list. Parents, I bet, would be willing to pay a fee for this, and it is more safe than Uber. The next is from Elizabeth Jones of Maryland Avenue. I'm a DPS parent writing again to encourage the board to act with urgency to ensure that DPS increases the safety precautions to reduce COVID-19 spread. With the knowledge that the Delta variant is much more contagious than what we dealt with last year, or even this summer, I am very concerned about the lack of preparedness on the part of DPS for the return to school. We knew Delta was coming and should have been more prepared. Students should eat outdoors, yet picnic tables will not be delivered until October. Families at some schools, my sons included, have raised funds to help with outdoor eating and got picnic tables and yoga mats delivered and assembled in less than a week. Could schools get these products faster if DPS granted them money to order on a smaller scale? School is in session now, and this should have been thought of and taken care of prior to Tuesday. Any further delay is unacceptable. The message given to parents at Sunday's Q&A session online was that DPS is meeting the recommendations of the NC Strong Schools Toolkit. Yet DPS is not meeting all of the recommendations, specifically offering weekly screening to all unvaccinated students. The next comment is from Arwen Buchholz of Muirfield Court. All students in DPS should be allowed to ride the bus to an approved bus stop. With the incredibly long carpool lines at all DPS schools, I do not understand why I can't get my child on a bus to be dropped off at an approved bus stop. We are out of district for the school she attends, and I am being told she can't ride the bus to an in-district bus stop because DPS is limiting the number of kids who are allowed to ride the bus as a COVID precaution. This doesn't make sense to me, as she would be riding the bus with children she just spent the day with. Please change this rule. The next comment is from Ty Miller, Weeping Willow Drive. It has recently come to my attention as of today that there is a new policy in place in regards to DPS transportation services. When I called today to check on the status of a bus stop change, I was told they are unable to accommodate my request and my child must be dropped off at her home stop. At open house last week, I requested she be changed to a Faith Community Church for her PM stop. This has been her stop and her older sister's stop for years pre-COVID, as we required childcare until the end of work hours. It only changed back to my house because of COVID. The end of last year, we were all still home, so I changed it to home. Now I'm being told I cannot change it back. When I inquired how this change was communicated to the public, the young lady said, I don't know. I then asked, where is this in writing online? She said, I don't know, you can check. I became upset at this point. I said, you can check and find out who I can speak to answer my questions. She gave me the direct contact number for Joe Harris, which turned out to be the main general number for DPS and not his direct line. She proceeded to tell me the systems were down anyway. The next comment is from Martha Figueroa. The state is offering testing at school sites for free to any county who requests it. Neighboring school districts have put this in place as an option or requirement prior to school starting. As a year-round teacher, I have taken time away from my own young kids to get COVID testing weekly. I do this to keep my students, my family, my staff, and myself safe. What are you doing to make us safer? Our policies should be tighter, our guidelines more clear, and at the very least, a state-funded testing service with the option of having an extra personnel provided to our district for facilitation should be implemented. This was made available in June 2021 and is 6 weeks overdue for the people who are risking their health and lives to educate our vulnerable, unvaccinated children. The next is from Donna Frederick of Club Boulevard. Concerns about outdoor shelter and tables for teachers and students. Some PTA and community organizations have help in making the social distance safety during lunch and breaks easier. Some schools not so much. Plans should be in place to help all make this transition easier for everyone. We have to think outside the box, each school responsible for figuring it out when we know that big disparities exist. Let the community and business know your concerns and perhaps could help. Canopies and temporary shelter areas can help. Recruiting is low, but teachers and assistants need ample breaks. We are still in a pandemic. No one should feel pressed to adhere to timed breaks and lunch restrictions. We are working with the frontline teachers and staff that are dealing with or going home to situations where COVID is a real threat. I want to see more resources posted for parents who may need. All of us need to share resources and ideas. The next comment is from Elizabeth Johnson of Lynch Street. I'm a parent of a student at EK Poe Elementary. I'm concerned that DPS does not have a system related to tracking vaccination status of employees. I know of 2 new DPS teachers who were not even asked about their status. To be clear, I mean asked after they were hired. As a parent, I completed a volunteer form just last week to be able to go into school and was not asked about my vaccination status. That's concerning. I urge the board to require DPS to implement some kind of tracking system related to vaccination status. This information should be known and should be available, even on a percentage basis, to parents in the community. The omission of such a system feels irresponsible, given the fact that DPS is an employee of 5,000 plus people in our community. Thank you for your time and hard work, and thank you also for reinstating the online comment option. And finally, Susie Delaney, or Delaney Susie of Lakewood Avenue. I'm a parent of a 2nd grader in DPS. I commend DPS for decisively requiring masks for everyone. I would also like to see more action taken with the following measures. 1, require vaccinations for all staff or weekly testing. Offer vaccination clinics through the schools. 2, create access to outdoor eating spaces, especially at elementary schools where children are unvaccinated, by allocating funding, guidelines, and community volunteers. 3, continue to monitor air quality, perhaps with school-based task forces like in New York City, to assess the current ventilation of classrooms and supplement with portable air filters and open windows. I know these are areas you are probably already working on and that there is federal grant money available for these steps. I look forward to hearing that DPS has taken advantage of all of these funding sources. It is time to move quickly so that we can get ahead of this pandemic. Our children's health and learning depend on it. Thank you for your dedication and hard work. Madam Chair and board members, that completes the public comments that were submitted online.
Thank you. All right. The next item on our agenda is our consent items. Consent items have been sent to the board in advance. We have thoroughly reviewed them. And these agreements can be approved tonight by the board, subject to a final review and approval of contract terms by our board attorney. Board members, what's your pleasure?
I move approval of the items on the consent agenda.
Would second, although I have a question on one of them that I might want to ask, but I don't think it needs to be pulled.
So it's been moved and properly second. Now is the time for discussion, Ms. Byer.
Dr. Monk, the item where we're buying furniture for multilingual resource center, it sounds like we're taking the old cafeteria in that facility, making it into cubicles. And I would just wanted to double check that you all have worked with the Board of Elections on, because that is a voting precinct and usually people vote in that facility. Have y'all had that conversation?
I know that I have not directly, but I will check with the staff and we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We'll do our roll call vote. I'm gonna start on this side. Mr. Sears.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Raven.
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The consent agenda passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is Operation Services. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Monk.
All right, thank you and good evening again, Board of Education. Our first item is indoor air quality improvement progress update. As you recall, back in June, you all approved the contract with Brady Services to do inspections of our HVAC equipment, clean all of our coils, and replace our air filters with MERV 13 filters. In addition to those items, they're also engaged in doing testing and balancing, which makes sure that we have proper airflow and ventilation through our buildings, as well as indoor air quality testing. Tonight, we're gonna have a presentation by Mr. Frederick Davis, who is our Director of Construction and Design, as well as our project manager, Mr. Daniel Snitzer, who is over our sustainability and HVAC systems. They're going to be joined by Brady Services, as well as SAMR, which is the engineer of record on this project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Davis.
Good evening, board. Again, I'm Frederick Davis with Design, Construction, Sustainability. Before I turn it over to Mr. Snitzer and the vendor that's here, just want to again reiterate kudos to our leadership, Dr. Monk. He pulled us in February when we knew the response from the federal government was coming in preparation from other school districts. So we devised a plan early on how we're going to tackle this task. I just also want to reiterate that in 2019 in our facilities assessment report of the $700 million worth of need, 172 million was in HVAC. And so when you talk about making sure that we have high performance efficient systems, one, moving air through space, air temperature and air velocity. And so Dan Snitzer will talk in detail of how we're able to accomplish some of those goals. We do have a 6-phase approach. He will give us an update on those 6 phases and really highlight where we are in phase 1 and 2, as Dr. Monk mentioned. If we do have a presentation, if we want to pull that up. We also have with us, again, Brady Engineering, who's been working with us diligently over the summer. Again, we have 53 sites. You can imagine at one school, it's upwards of 20 to 50 maybe units. And we were able to accomplish such a tall task in a small amount of windows as we had summer school with the help of our engineering, Samir and Brady. We had a presentation. If not, if there's no presentation, I'll bring on Dan to just highlight some of the things that we have done. Who it is?
I think it's coming.
Oh, okay.
If you all want to go ahead and do your intro, you can go ahead, Mr. Snitzer.
Thank you so much. I'll just leave this up here for a moment in case it doesn't come up. Good evening. I'm Dan Schnitzer, Program Manager, Project Manager in Construction and Capital Planning with a focus on sustainability, and have been the project manager for our indoor air quality project. The plan for the presentation tonight is to give you an update on where we are with the project and talk a little bit more in depth about why we chose to address these issues in the format that we have. So give it 1 minute. I think it's the presentation before this.
Right, that's the incorrect one. We need to do the IAQ presentation.
I'll just start with some of the overview. Here we go. Thank you. We can go to the next slide. So as a reminder, it's a 6-phase plan that was presented in May, and phase 1 with Brady, phase 1 and 2 with Brady was approved in June. And phase 1 include coil cleanings of all of our coils, and I'll go into more detail about that momentarily, and changing all of our filters. I should note that the district maintenance staff installed MERV 13 filters last winter, and this is a changing of those filters again. So our buildings did run with HVAC, even when we didn't have students in them, to keep them fresh and clean. And so it's time to change the filters to new ones. Phase 2 includes assessments, reports, budget estimations, prioritization to help us plan to move forward. And again, we'll go into much greater depth on those two. We won't talk too much tonight about phases 3 through 6, but it's important to lay out that we do have a plan of implementation. Phases 3 through 6 are going to be based on the assessment reports and the prioritization reports that come out of all of these assessments. It'll start with like for like, so pretty fast things that we can switch and change, and then go all the way through the design and engineering phase for new systems. The theme of this presentation is going to be about balance, highest impact and balance. We know that replacing some equipment that needs to get replaced cannot happen quickly. It needs to be designed, it needs to be engineered, it needs to be built, it needs to be installed. And we need to coordinate all that with student populations in our schools as well. So in a minute, we'll talk about why we did these high impact opportunities first, and how this is setting us up for the future to hopefully not have to fall back into the what was it, $172 million gap that we found ourselves in even pre-COVID. So if we go to the next slide, please. Here's the big reveal, the update of where we are. And I'm pleased to say actually that they finished a day early on August 22nd. All filters, over 8,000 of them, had been replaced throughout the district. And yes, some of our schools do have 20, 30, 40 units. A school like DSA had about 400 units because every single time you walk into a classroom and you see one of the wall units, those units had to be touched. They had to have the front of them removed, the filters removed, replaced, the coils cleaned. So it's a tremendous, tremendous amount of work. Similarly, all coils, over 2,000 of them throughout the district, in all of our brick and mortar facilities have been cleaned. At this point, all of our major equipment has been assessed, and that's boilers, chillers, and major air handlers. The assessments are around functionality, remaining life, estimated remaining life, and some of the controls to them. I'm also pleased to say that from the ongoing list, indoor air quality testing and assessments as of this afternoon were completed for all of our campuses. As those get collected, they go to the laboratory for analysis, and those will be part of the reports. But as of this afternoon, every single school has had at least 3 locations air quality tested. Outdoor air test and balance is ongoing now, as is the creation of those reports. Part of the reason we staged things in this way had to do with how invasive these activities are, not only with their impact. Outdoor air testing and balancing can happen without turning equipment off and can happen in roofs and mechanical rooms without having to go into classrooms, whereas filters and coils needed to happen when students weren't in place. The good news is that lines up very well with impact, as we'll see in a moment. Before we switch to the next slide, I want to highlight the 2 pictures here. In the bottom center shows a coil before and after cleaning. So when we talk about coil cleanings, there are coils in our air system that the air passes through to pick up cold water or hot water, thereby producing cold or hot air. And over time, those, even though you have filters in, those collect dust, dirt, etc. That slows down the airflow that can go through those systems. When it gets slowed down, that puts additional stress on the fans, the fan motors, that can lead them to fail. Other than failing systems from that perspective, it reduces the amount of air that can get into the classroom. So when we talk about air change rate, ACH, you'll see that a lot tonight. Clean coils and clean filters have a tremendous amount to do with how much air gets pushed in, therefore how much air gets pushed out, and how quickly you're turning the air over. So just from the imagery up there, you can see the difference between a dirty a dirty coil and a clean coil. There's also, when you collect dust and dirt on there, bacteria has more things it can attach to, more opportunity to grow, bringing it back in. Indoor air quality is an issue whether COVID exists or not. And so this is a great opportunity to improve that in the long term for the district. Lastly, when we talk about the amount of work that was done, I back of the envelope calculated it was about 2,500 labor hours. 25,000 labor hours. We had crews through our contractors working 6, sometimes 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. As I mentioned with DSA, as an example, they went to every single room, classroom, office. And here's one of the larger air handlers where a human being climbs in there and barely fits in there with their equipment to clean it out. It's an incredibly laborious amount of work and an incredible feat to get it all done over the course of a summer where we had a lot of students in place and had to work around that. And I give a lot of credit to our partners for managing all of that. Okay, if we can move to the next slide, please. So I want to explain a little deeper why we went with this strategy and what the payoff is. Overall, the strategy is risk minimization. That's the name of everything that we're doing. We want it high impact and long-term. And I should add that there's a layering effect. So I don't know if you've seen the graphic or the image of the Swiss cheese and multiple pieces of Swiss cheese. The idea is every intervention has some protection, but also has some holes in it. Nothing is perfect. But when you start to layer all of these implementations on top of each other, you get a pretty safe system. And that's exactly what we're doing. And it starts with the universal masking, vaccination, and social distancing that we've spoken in great depth about. That limits the transition. That brings our the risk that we now have to mitigate lower by implementing those. And I applaud the board for the proactive work of universal masking and social distancing in our schools. Filters and coils are the next big step because they can happen quickly, a lot of work, but they could happen over the course of a summer. And the impact of that work is that we have cleaner air and we have higher airflow that comes through, which leads to more air changes per hour throughout the system. The assessments, though they don't have a direct impact, they're absolutely essential for us to make continued progress. So now we're at the point of additional marginal progress. I feel like with universal masking, social distancing, filters and coils, we made the big jump. And we'll hear a little later from our engineer partners, and I've had conversations with folks at ASHRAE, which is the American Society of Refrigeration, Heating, Air Conditioning Engineers. They're the governing body for mechanical systems. They support that filters and coils are a great massive step that you can take with this. Assessments will enable us to take the next round of federal funds and efficiently use them for our targeted needs. With 6 million square feet across 53 campuses, we can't take a buckshot approach. We can't just say we're going to fix this and fix this and fix this, and then we have good clean air. So these assessments are going to enable us to say, where are the areas where we have issues and problems, and how do we target our funds in a prioritized way first and foremost to that. Assessments really is tied into the next piece, which is dampers, fans, and controls. I did mention early on that major equipment does take time. However, there are smaller items that we can do that these assessments will bring out, which will help us move even further through that layering approach. Finding air dampers that won't fully open or are fully open and need to close a little bit, and fixing those. Finding fans and fan motors that are broken, being able to fix those, and finding some control issues that we can then change. That enables us for, again, quick fixes that have high impact. So when I say quick fixes, it's not easy and it's not low impact. These are high impact that actually affect the amount of air and the cleanliness of air that goes in. So I wanted to bring this up as, again, the philosophy and strategy that went into the implementation and development of this plan. Next slide, please. I broke a cardinal rule, which is to put a chart up with a lot of words next to it, but I think this is really essential to address because there are a lot of questions as to why we go with MERV 13s, why don't we go higher, why don't we put HEPA filters in our HVAC systems? And so I first want to point out that that is what is recommended by both ASHRAE and the Strong Schools Toolkit. And the reason is because of the high balance that MERV 13 filters provide. Filtration and airflow are the two most important elements that go into the air within an inside space. If you have too high filtration, too much filtration, then you don't get enough airflow. You have stagnant air coming through, not very high air changes. If you have, let's say on the extreme, no filtration, open windows, no filters, and you're blasting air through there, then you have great air change, but you have no filtration. So it's about balance. And MERV 13s provide that balance. So the chart is of the MERV rating and what that means, the minimum efficiency reporting value as to the level of micron size that these filters can catch. We know that COVID infections are primarily spread through droplets and aerosols. So even though COVID size is smaller than 1 micron, as they travel through the air in aerosols and droplets, at an absolute minimum, they are at least 1 micron in general. ASHRAE, with their studies through their partnerships on influenza A viruses, find that influenza A travels primarily in droplet and aerosol sizes at a minimum of 4.7 microns. So even if we want to scale that back and play it more conservatively and safely, which of course is the right way to go, what we can see is at an absolute minimum, MERV 13 filters will provide a 50% efficiency. When you tie that in with higher airflow, you're creating a good system. ASHRAE believes because of their study on influenza A, or the study they used, I should say, on influenza A, that it actually falls closer to range 2 and possibly even range 3, which means MERV 13 filters will provide 80% or more filtration of aerosols and droplets. So however one wants to play this more conservatively or more liberally with the particle size, MERV 13 filters really hit that sweet spot of balance. Next slide, please.
Mr. Snitzer, before you go on, can you just tell us what ASHRAE is?
ASHRAE, yes.
Yeah, ASHRAE.
I got to remember the acronym again. It is the American Society, American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers.
Thank you. I'm
Again,
sure
it is-
people are watching and just want to know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, it is the governing body that ASHRAE standards are what we have to follow when we are designing and developing buildings. They are the lead in this field in good times and bad. And we've been in touch with the ASHRAE Epidemic Task Force that is creating national standards around this or recommendations. And because of this work and the plan and our relationship with them, we've actually presented this information 3 times to a national audience because folks like the U.S. Green Schools, part of USGBC, finds this work in our approach to it so comprehensive and taking the right steps. So we've presented with ASHRAE on that. What I want to do is spend about a minute, invite Kevin Lynn up from Brady, and then Derek Giles from Samir, who are contractors and subcontractors, to talk a little bit about what they have seen statewide and to get an engineering perspective on this approach and the value of it.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Lynn. I'm with Brady. I've been with the Indoor Air Quality Project from the start, and I thought I'd provide just a little bit of context to this project. So through my role, I've actually had a nice opportunity to speak to over 50 districts in our region to hear about their ESSER plans. And overall, it's a very encouraging trend because I've seen most districts set aside some amount of money to invest in indoor air quality projects across their buildings. And which is a very good thing because ventilation improvements, indoor air quality improvements are a risk mitigation measure. They're good for student outcomes as we bring in more fresh air into our buildings. Johns Hopkins came out with a report recently that called ventilation improvements one of the most cost-effective public health measures you can do. So on the whole, a very encouraging trend. But of the districts I've spoken with, I've actually been most impressed with what DPS has taken on. And here's why. I believe that the first step of leaping into activities you know have a very high impact and that can be done quickly, as Dan mentioned, is a very smart strategy. So coils and filter changes is something that has come up in nearly every school we've been in when we've looked through, so we have assessed buildings throughout the state, school buildings and others, and almost every single time, every district, coils and filters are right at the top. And it's a great way to quickly and effectively increase ventilation rates without ever needing to touch the mechanical system. So first step, jumping right in, taking action, that's a great start. And then as Dan mentioned, that phase 2 of moving into these assessments where you get a chance to get eyes on every single system, every single piece of equipment, you get to see where are those immediate places to have a change, and then also the longer term capital investments. So also, this is setting other districts up for success. So other districts are following in your footsteps. Caswell County Schools to the north has recently started their own needs assessment. They released an RFQ based on your template. Other districts are doing the exact same thing or based on the reports you've been receiving. So you're actually taking a leadership role, even though you may not see it, with other districts who are following in your footsteps. And the last thing I'll say too is that you have, in my opinion, based on who I've spoken with, done more this summer than any other district who I've spoken with before kids came into the classroom. And I think that it's a testament to Dr. Monk and to Dan and Frederick's team, to the vision and to the plan that's gone into place, and to all of the investments made by you, made the decisions by you to be able to put this work underway. So, and I think it's going to set you up very well for many years of very smart, strategic, thoughtful investments in your buildings. So thank you for this. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to turn it over to Derek Giles. He's with Samir Engineering. He's been part of our team. He is actually in the buildings himself. He has seen many of your systems, and he'll be also helping make some of the changes as well. So thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Derek Giles. I'm Vice President of Operations with Samir. And I'm also a registered engineer in Greensboro, North Carolina. And it's a pleasure again to have had an opportunity to help out with your activities in Durham. And we've had some success with you in the past years and enjoyed working with you always. So as it was mentioned earlier, we're helping with the assessments. And that's a very important part of getting started and a place where, from our vantage point, we're helping out with the site visits and putting our hands on equipment, opening it up, and really getting some good visual inspections. And with that, also taking photos and really documenting what's going on. Some of those photos up there now may have been ours. Subsequent to that, with the inspections, we are creating the documentation along with the photos. We'll have written reports and deficiency logs, and basically eventually come up with a prioritization for what might be the logical next steps. One thing I'd like to emphasize here is the sensibleness is from our vantage point of the process that you're going through here. We really are doing what needs to be done first. From an engineering standpoint, you can talk about design changes, but there's always this assessment stage that has to go first, and it's the best way to allocate resources in the future for, what might be the best way to spend your money. Okay, thanks.
That concludes our presentation. With that, we'll take questions.
Thank you all for the presentation and all of the work, the manpower and woman power that's gone into what has happened so far. Board members, you have questions? Mr. Oh,
I am just, well, wanting to thank you for that presentation and definitely some questions that we've been getting from community members, especially around HEPA filters versus the MERV 13 filters. And it was really, really neat to understand a little more about like what we're looking for, and how we are, gauging what is the right formula for our air quality, airflow, and filtration. So these particles, 80%, I do have a question about that 80%. We're always looking at thresholds and all that. So, MERV 13 filters will catch, the particles, COVID droplets, right? The droplets that are bigger than just the microns of the actual COVID particle, or particles. Where is that 80%? And can you explain a little more about if that's like a reasonable, what would you say? Like having 80%, that it'll filtrate 80%, is that something reasonable based on research, or how are we arriving at that?
So the filters themselves, similar to in your house, they are manufactured to catch that percentage of the 80% particle. So that's how we're able to get that number.
Thank you. And so there are a lot of schools that are implementing additional things. They want to do extra. They want to go a little extra, right? There's definitely just a consideration whether all help is help, or is sometimes, is it helpful to add more things, or does it sometimes counterproductive? I mean, I just want to hear from you all. If certain PTAs, certain schools, they wanted to implement more, and actually buy HEPA filters. Do our HVAC systems, are they compatible with these HEPA filters? Is it something like some schools are like, okay, we're getting MERV 13 filters, we're getting 80%. They are going to catch COVID particles because we're looking for the droplets, but we want to buy the HEPA. How about we just implement them? Would that be helpful? Is that something that we incentivize, or is it something that based on the HVAC systems that we have, are they compatible with HEPA? How does that work?
So to help understand your question, how can PTAs help? We welcome collaboration. And I think we heard tonight from public comments as well as board members that PTAs are ready to step in financially. And so I think after this meeting, under Dr. Munn's leadership, we'll look at ways that PTAs can help us add additional resources to the indoor air quality. Yes.
And if I might add on to that, it is important though, that anytime we add anything to our facilities, that we're going through the correct process to make sure that it is rated for commercial use, that is not going to overload our electrical systems and things like that. So we need to follow the process, and working with Mr. Davis and working with Mr. Snitzer to make sure that whatever donation that PTAs want to make to schools is going to be safe for our students. But I think one of the key things that was mentioned before, you also don't want to have diminishing returns. So our focus is not only on what's happening now, but what's going to be going on in the future. So when we're talking about using our HVAC system to do its job, and not opening up windows and entering air into the building that's not been filtered, we want to be consistent in that. Every HEPA filter that you add is going to need to be changed. So Dan talked about the over, I think it's 8,000 filters that we replaced. That's in the main buildings and in our mobile classrooms. All of those are going to have to be changed. Matter of fact, in a couple of months, you all are going to approve a contract for us to purchase more filters to take us on throughout June. So if you buy those units, we don't want that false sense of security that once you do that one-time install, everything is a-okay. Every one of those units will also need to be addressed as well.
Dr. Monk, can you talk about how you evaluated when we bought HEPA filtration before and it was for targeted areas? There was a lot of thought that went into those decisions. Then maybe that could be helpful for our parents and families to hear as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So in both the strong schools toolkit, as well as in the CDC, when they talk about uses of HEPA filters in schools, they say to prioritize those areas that we call our healthcare support areas. Those are where our students who may become sick during the day would need to be gone until a parent or guardian can come and retrieve them. In addition to that, we've also placed them in areas where we have found that our mechanical system cannot do what we needed to do as it relates to air exchange and filtrations. Third, we place them in our pre-K and our exceptional children self-contained classrooms where masking may not be as prevalent as it is in some of our traditional classrooms.
I have a follow-up question. We have known for a long time that our HVAC systems are pretty dated. Some of them have been replaced over time. Some of them have, I know that we have, had to replace some of these systems. At this point, we're still working with what we have, right? Some of them are in different, I guess, different years, different models or different things. Do we have an assessment of any HVAC, however you want to say it, systems that would not be compatible with these filters? And is there anything about compatibility? I'm just wondering, say a school has, fundraises and gets the filters, what assessment or what guidance can you provide in terms of like whether that system will actually work well with these filters? I'm just trying to make sure that people don't go the extra mile and then have compatibility issues, and what we can do to upgrade, or
Mr. Giles, can you speak some to airflow and the impact that different filters will have on that?
One thing to keep in mind is an HVAC system is an integrated system with a bunch of components that have to be mixed and matched together, okay? So in a general sense, you can think about it as the more filtration that you have, the more energy that it takes for the system to get past that filter. So that's called a pressure drop. So all of these things have to be mixed and matched, fan sizes, airflows, all of these things have to be looked at from an engineering standpoint. So there are compatibility issues, okay? And these things are part of the design, and some of this, we'll see at the assessment even at this early stage.
Ms. Falderas, I just want to clarify. I think the fundraising was for purifiers, correct? I think the fundraising was for purifiers, right? And I think, is that what you're asking? Like, does that cause a problem with what we're doing? Is that what you're asking? I don't think people were doing filters. I just want to.
I actually got some emails saying they were doing for HEPA.
Filters?
Yeah, so there's different things. I think and even the intention, I'm trying to make sure that, our communities, our schools, hear from us about what we have to offer.
Right.
There was, there are concerns about equity, what is already being provided to all schools. And then if they want to go forth, some considerations, Dr. Monk saying, make sure that they're following the process to do it before they do it, because there's already intentions of parents, wanting to help and communities wanting to help. And there were mentions of actually buying HEPA filters.
Right.
Yeah.
It's important to note what was stated by Dr. Monk today, in that anything that's added to a classroom, it needs to go through the proper protocols. Who should folks reach out to in your office?
So Mr. Davis, and we actually have, they should first start with their school, with the principal. There's actually a policy as well as a process that's online. And we would need to have the principal will have discussion with Mr. Davis on what that donation might be. And then we would do some discussions with people like Mr. Giles and others to see what the impact to the facility would be. So we do ask that they first touch base with the principal. They'll work with Mr. Davis to make sure that it's something that is compatible.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, board members? Or Mr. Raven, did you have one? Ms. Byer?
So I so appreciate the work and the presentation from our colleagues, and like it's physical work that we had done over the summer. It is one of those dirty jobs that really probably had been ignored way too long. And I appreciate Dr. Monk, you starting us with the notion that we had $170 million worth of unmet HVAC need. I imagine as you all do this work, that that number will increase and that our federal funds are not going to be adequate to handle that. What portion of that, the federal funding kind of approximately have we allocated so far? How are we thinking about this? And what are we doing with spaces that are air conditioned? We have gyms, right, that still don't have air conditioning. Are we letting students in those areas? Do we shut them down? How can we reassure folks that we've got safe spaces for children while we're in the midst of doing this work, which is so critical to improving ventilation, if that makes any sense at all?
Sure. I think right off the top of my head, I can't remember. We actually did a presentation with Mr. LaSure and Dr. Hardy some time ago. I think it's around 40+ million that's specifically going towards HVAC type items. Now, with that said, all together with operations is about 65 million. Some of that is going to be included with the outdoor learning. We'll also have finishes that we may want to look at removing because that's going to help with air quality. Maybe there's some older carpet that needs to come out and be replaced with VCT or something more sustainable like that. All of those things are going to contribute to improving our indoor air quality, including there may be some windows and door replacements that we may need to do to protect the building envelope. So I wouldn't, is the 65 million that we have for operations enough? No, because the entire need that we talked about 2 years ago when I first came was almost $1 billion. But this is certainly a step in the right direction. What it did allow us to do is what the gentleman from Brady mentioned was to go in and assess all of our equipment, not just use the date of the equipment or just a visual walk by. As Mr. Giles said, they're touching each piece of these equipment so that we can get a better idea of what needs to happen. And you'll see as we move through these phases, we will be updating our capital list. But every year that goes by, there's another piece of equipment that's getting older. We're building a new elementary school right now, Lions Farm. Northern High School is under construction right now. As soon as we open those doors, the very next year, those pieces of equipment are gonna start their life cycle. So this is, while this is a very good start, it's something that a lot of school districts across the country have been begging for many, many years. This is the type of ongoing funding that we have to have if we're really gonna make sure that we have the best learning environment for our students.
Sorry, and the notion of spaces that are unair conditioned, like, are there areas that have come up on your assessments that you all have addressed or closed because of air quality? And Mr. Sears, I see your hand.
I'll let Mr. Davis or Mr. Snitcher speak to that.
So the short answer is we're doing the assessments. And to the question of those spaces that don't have any HVAC, a part of the assessment will give us recommendations on how to curtail and mitigate some of those risks in those spaces.
Ms. Fire, you're good?
I guess, yeah, yeah. I know y'all have been working on this a lot, and I know we have really aging facilities and aging systems. I know we've been working on upgrading to digital controls, and that those things are incredibly important and incredibly expensive. So I appreciate y'all taking a really strategic look, and I also wish we had a magic wand to have been able to set this as right as we could with these funds. So, yeah.
Mr. Sears?
Yeah, just quickly to like the macro, hearing these numbers, 150 million, $1 billion, it almost feels like a race we can't win. There's not, I would imagine there's not enough of you all to actually do this work, even if all the money were there, right? Just like there aren't enough nurses to respond to demand right now. But the one macro question I have, it doesn't even require a response, is I am just constantly comparing us to a more junior county like Cabarrus, where their development means that they don't have 50 and 100-year-old buildings. They're building at the type of scale that maximizes efficiency. At least that's what I was told by previous administrations. So is this not another element? So I'm hoping that the answer is yes, for why we're not looking at some long-term planning around not having 53 small buildings, but I'm confident you're planning well for the buildings we're building, but can we take these ancient crumbling structures and put up a 700-person elementary school or a 1,500-person middle school that's actually modern? And is there an economy of scale in this space to be won there? So, I'd like to see that before I'm no longer on this earth. Maybe we'll get there. It's going to take that long, I think, but it's just something I think about.
Are there any other comments from board members? Thank you all for the presentation. We'll move on to the next item. Dr. Mott.
Thank you. The next item is an update on our 2020 CIP elementary school renovations and additions. Back in March, the board approved us to negotiate contracts with designers for these 6 projects. Prior to doing that negotiation, though, we were noticing some upticks in construction pricing. And so we wanted to make sure that that we're going to be in a good place budget-wise so that there wasn't too many surprises. Plus, these are renovations and addition projects, and they always give you surprises. So we had them to go through, take a look at the facilities, and to prepare a new recommended budget based off of current pricing, as well as their hands-on observations at each site. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Palmer and Mr. Davis. And if we could go ahead and load that PowerPoint, please.
Thank you, Dr. Monk, and good evening, board members, Dr. Mbanga, Chair Umstead. It's a pleasure to be here. Mr. Sears, to your question from the previous agenda item, what a natural pivot to talk about what we can do with our existing 53 facilities. Certainly, the IAQ project gives you some insight into what we're trying to do district-wide as far as indoor air quality standards go. If you would please, if we could pull up the presentation, we'll get started. Thank you. Next slide, please. So a very brief revisitation of the why. We're all in this room familiar with the 2018 strategic plan for Durham Public Schools, priority goal 5C, 100% of seats for our students in elementary school. Some of our addendums speak to the need to look at that at Milton High School, but it also talks about the importance of our pre-K initiative in Durham Public Schools, as well as suitable classrooms for our children with exceptionalities. Again, the ultimate objective here is with regards to K-3 class size, but it's also being mindful that we need to look at the entire scope of pre-K through 5th grade instruction at the elementary school level. So with that in mind, we've been looking at 6 elementary schools through a discovery phase with our design consultants to evaluate what's possible at 6 elementaries as we begin our very most critically needed, not only from a building envelope perspective, but also a safety and security perspective. What can we do to envision a new version, a new chapter for each of these campuses? So with that in mind, we've been looking at providing suitable classrooms for our pre-kindergartners and exceptional children that are in separate settings, while also replacing our mobile classrooms, enclosing and enhancing our campus safety and security, as well as providing ADA compliance and accessibility, and modernizing those very same building systems we were just discussing with HVAC systems. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask Mr. Davis, our Director of Design and Construction, to join us. And he's going to walk us through some of the design concepts as well as the CIP more broadly. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Good evening again. Next slide, please. So sorry for the small print, but as Dr. Monk mentioned, this was the approved 2019 is CIP by the board. It lists the major needs right now and the total of, again, $500 million. And then currently we are working with two new schools under construction, one in design, and then the 6 renovations and additions that we mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. So this is the current update of not only the 6 elementary and renovation schools, but elementary F that is currently in our design development, along with the original project budgets. Back in March of last year, the county did award us 10% of the total project budget to continue in design and a discovery phase that we will talk about. Next slide, please. So what we wanted to do under direction of our department, after we selected our design teams, we wanted them to engage in what we called a discovery phase. Next slide, please. And in that discovery phase, we wanted them, again, as we did with the indoor air quality, make them go inside the building and touch spaces. We did have an assessment done in 2019, but that was, if you imagine, a tabletop approach, really just looking at systems and the age and not really looking up under the hood to make sure that when we assess our buildings and make sure we capture all our program needs, we get it right. So that's what the discovery phase did. Looked at our systems, looked at how we can be better energy efficient and sustainable. And then we also looked at another lens besides operations in our academic, as Mr. Palmer alluded to earlier, and we'll touch on specifically later on in the presentation, how our learning environments. When I came on board, we look at providing district standards so that all of our classrooms and core spaces were putting together a barometer of how we meet. So when we put that document together, we then looked at these 6 elementary schools and looked at ways how we can get to that level with increased classes or functionality and collaboration spaces that you'll see in the next slide. Next slide, please. So here's an example of a plan, diagram, and program from one of our design teams. Again, we looked at safety and security, and so some of our sites, students and staff have to walk in the elements to get to mobile trailers. So this is Glenn Elementary, and so again, as we looked at the building envelope and improving systems, we always took advantage where we could to add capacity. So in this model, we're able to add a new classroom wing that will, again, talk to the capacities by Mr. Palmer later. But again, looking at the entire building envelope and making sure that we essentially put a new building, a new school on an existing site. Next slide, please. This is an axonometric, which really deals with massing. This is Holt Elementary. And this just depicts ways that we can, again, tie each building envelope, to the main campus. And so people don't feel isolated to walk outside to another building or walk outside to the gym. This illustration shows how we can have that connectivity through programming and design. And so I commend all of our design teams of really doing a deep dive and seeing what's possible at all of our sites. Next slide, please. Again, this is showing how we can change the skin of an existing building to make sure that it incorporates, again, some of our learning environments and our common spaces with collaborative efforts. Again, this is an illustration that just shows how the new additions and renovations can fit in the context of the existing building. And so we want to provide that same sense of learning at all of our districts. And so it's not fair for some students to be having to walk outside to trailers while others can take advantage of a true indoor classroom environment. Next slide, please. And I'm turning it back over to tag team with Mr. Palmer to talk about how we're able to collaborate and hopefully gain some capacity in program spaces.
Candidly, this is the fun part. We can talk about all the benefits that we've been pursuing as an administration and as elected. Next slide, please. So some of the objectives we've set forth out here just to review. Yes, certainly constructing new suitable EC separate setting classrooms at our elementary schools. Looking at, again, how does all this fit together? One of the things that we've discovered is that outside of 7 elementary schools, the majority of our schools are a singular model. So you have literally eras and eras, decades of different size schools. That makes for a near impossibility as far as planning. What we are trying to migrate towards here, we reference this Model 3 through Model 6, is to have some consistencies and standards across the schools. So if you walk into one campus, you can anticipate what's the configuration of the school from the number of classrooms to the number of EC and pre-K classrooms, as well as our specialty programs. So the implications for this, as we talk about it, again, we're going to keep coming back to this a lot this fall, equity and access, ensuring that, number one, these projects are representative for every region of Durham, but number two, we're really focusing in here on 16 new pre-K classrooms, which would lead to 288 additional seats at the pre-K level that would afford for Title I, EC, as well as general population students. Number two, 16 additional EC child separate setting classrooms for kindergarten through 5th grade. Again, one of the things we worked at during the strategic retreat was talking about the disparities around our AU classrooms, our DN classrooms, and so forth. This helps us prepare and plan for that regionally across Durham. Number three, again, 32 new pre-K, K-5 classrooms for a total of 548 additional seats. We're really trying to bring these programs up to a certain scale and have consistency in their size and level of service for students. And then lastly, unfortunately, begin the process of retiring our mobile classrooms, some of which date back to the mid-1980s. Next slide, please. So the first campus we're going to look at with you is Bethesda. One of my colleagues said earlier tonight, the worst thing we can do is show you tables and text, but we're going to show you tables and text so you can get a sense of all the building envelope and mechanical system upgrades that we're looking at the schools, but also the capacity implications. Again, you can see here with Bethesda, the school that currently services approximately 684 students with regards to its capacity. Now, we would be able to bring that total campus capacity up to 748, but importantly, additionally, 3 additional pre-K classrooms. You can see here the beginning of a model fit. We're looking at kindergarten through 5th grade and how this ripples through for the K3 legislation. Also bringing on EC separate setting classrooms that are suitable for those students and their needs. And again, we've focused a lot on outdoor classrooms. That's not capacity generating, but we're looking at the entire campus as well as the building envelope to bring the most that we can to each of these campuses. On the right, you'll see all the different systems that we're touching, from fire and safety, HVAC, and the building envelope itself, the design characteristics and features. You can see here, for example, just reconfiguring walls and talking about what should the size of a classroom be for 21st century learning. Next slide, please. Many of the system and envelope upgrades are consistent across the schools, and that's intentional and by design. One of the elements we want to draw your eye to is collaborative learning spaces. Working with Ms. Sidbury and our curriculum and instruction team, academic services, we understand that our teachers and students are yearning for collaborative spaces to learn together. That's not in the traditional elementary school, right? If you go into those old schools, they don't have co-learning spaces. This is bringing that online for our students. Again, here we're adding in for Glen Elementary School, 3 kindergarten classes. We do not currently offer pre-K at Glen, which we'll certainly talk about boundaries later, but that's a 2,500 student region that we have no pre-K options for currently. Same with EC. We'll be bringing in 3 EC classrooms there as well, and growing the campus from currently 28 brick and mortar classrooms all the way up to 43. But I'd also like to point out for the board is that Bethesda and Glen were the same kit. Interestingly, Glen has a larger cafeteria and gymnasium, but Bethesda had more classrooms, but they're the same layout. So this is right sizing those and making them equivalent in size. Next slide, please. Now at Holt, this is a campus that's undergone a number of renovations over the years. Here, we're growing from 33 classrooms up to the 43 that you see here. And importantly, you've seen some of our enrollment numbers at Holtz. It is one of our fastest growing schools in Durham. Yes, it is a hybrid school choice program as well as a base enrollment area. Here, we're looking at being able to service the growth and emergence that we see right along that 15501 corridor in central Durham. Again, bringing on an additional pre-K classroom, an additional EC separate classroom, but a lot of the work that we're going to need to do at Holt is just modernizing that facility. In fact, some of the images and renderings you saw from Mr. Davis were focused on Holt because so much work needs to be done there to kind of give it a cohesive vision for the campus. Next slide, please. At Club Boulevard, we have an old city school that is in need for enclosure and bringing on some additional classrooms. The growth here isn't as large, only 3 additional classrooms. But if you're familiar with Holt, you know it has multiple buildings that are disconnected right now. That presents a safety and security issue for our staff and students. But also, and importantly, much of the work that needs to be done at Holt is about modernizing those systems and the building envelope itself. Next slide, please. With regards to Moorhead Montessori, in this instance, we're actually able to double the number of classrooms at the school. One of the dominant themes we hear about Moorhead is that it is so small. It's currently 11 brick and mortar classrooms. We've already repurposed the art and music room. They don't have spaces for specials. That's art on the cart and so forth. This scales them up and brings them from 11 to 22. And the student population implications you can see here from 202 to 338. So we're a 50% increase in the center of the city. In the year 2021, that's a pretty big deal to be able to bring those number of seats into central Durham. You can also see we're able to bring grade level appropriate and suitable classrooms at pre-K, as well as EC that currently they've repurposed older rooms that are in no way conforming to what the modern education standards are. Next slide, please. And lastly, we want to point out Mangum. I mentioned that every region of Durham has been touched with these projects. Here we're able to bring in pre-K classrooms. You notice that the number of classrooms don't change, but those existing pre-K classrooms are older repurposed rooms that were made for a different time and a different grade level. This would be modernized 21st century pre-kindergarten classroom, as well as again, bringing on EC separate settings so that we can ensure that we have EC and pre-K classrooms in each of our facilities. And I would say big picture, as a summary point, each of these campuses touches, you're seeing us bring pre-K and EC onto the campuses because currently we're very limited in what we can offer for suitable learning environments for both populations. Next slide, please. With that, I want to hand it back to my colleague, Mr. Davis, who will talk about the implications for the cost of the projects and the overall vision of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Of course, he gives me the hard slide. Next slide, please. So as you know, in recent history, there's things called escalation, and generally we see about a 3 to 6% each year. However, and during these unprecedented times, we're seeing upwards of 10 to 15 to 20%. As you see here, this was from a recent study, U.S. labor statistics, as well as a conference with CM firms, construction management firms in Wake County, what they're seeing in terms of cost of materials and that can impact the project. But the good news is that we have procured a delivery method of construction at risk. And what does that mean? It means that we can engage contractors at an early point in the project that will not have too many unknowns when we get to bid day if we were to do a traditional hard bid method. What we can do is up our contingencies to capture fluctuations in the market. We also can look at allowances for certain materials like asphalt or lumber to make sure that we have enough money in the GMP to actually fulfill what Matthew Palmer was talking about in the recent slides. And then we could also engage subcontractors in the subcontractor market early on to look at phase approach in terms of ordering materials early, putting together staging to capture materials when they may be at a lower rate than waiting until the last minute in a traditional design build method. So while this is challenging, I do believe that we have opportunities in place to mitigate some of those risks. Next slide, please. And so here before you, you see not only the 6 elementary schools, but also elementary F, as that is currently in design and gearing up for construction. What was the original budget and what we now have based on the information that we provided you today, what we believe the additional funds required proposed budgets would be. Next slide, please. So what are our next steps? Next slide, please. So in summary, we've showed you how the market has dictated and provided us some challenges, but also provided us some opportunities to take advantage of really doing our schools right and have us ready for 21st century learning. DPS will continue to work with our county partners, as was mentioned in the recent joint board meeting. They also seeing those increases, and we work together to fuse a plan to bring an update for our part. Again, the recent capital improvement plan, again, is faced with many challenges, COVID, sustainability, but with all challenges, there are opportunities. Next slide, please. With that, we'll take questions. Thank you.
I like that, Mr. Davis. With all challenges, there are opportunities. Board members, you have questions? Sorry.
I do.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Davis, thank you for this, and Mr. Palmer as well. I appreciate that. I really do like the designs that you guys have for these schools, the ideas, especially bringing, like with Holt, bringing the indoor, just like we did out at Eno Valley, you know, kind of bringing it indoor. I appreciate that quite a bit. I can't remember who gave a presentation, but they were talking about these ebbs and flows of construction costs and like trying to hit it at a point right before the costs go down, right? Is we want to target that because you end up budgeting for something and it ends up coming in shorter. Do we have any ideas and thoughts about, you know, these increases that we're seeing? Is it still going, are they still going up? Are the prices still going up here? Or are we seeing any kind of trending saying that there's a possibility of things going down? Because, you know, we're looking at elementary school F, for example, we're going from 49 million to 72 million. Whereas we were able to do elementary school C for, I think it said 39 million up at the top. And I think we just caught it at a right time. With things that are, with the factors that are causing the increases, I'm sure it's dealing with COVID in some way, you know, raw materials being converted and all of that. What is the suggestion for us to deal with this, right? Do we wait until it comes down and then there's going to be more demand because more people are going to be trying to build things? Or do we work to try to do a budget to address the proposed budget now and hope for the best? What's the recommendation from your department?
So to answer your first question, we have seen lumber prices not necessarily come down, but plateau. And then that gives me to the answer to the second part of your question. We won't see 2008 numbers where, you know, what we're paying 20 now is going to go down to $2, but we will see a plateau or, you know, leveling off. Doesn't mean that it's going to get cheaper if we wait. And so I think the plan that we've put in place to accommodate some of that fluctuation and allowances is probably the best plan to proceed with.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Raven next. He has a question.
I do. And the first thing, I have a comment first, but thank you all for this presentation. It was extremely informative. And I know we had a joint meeting with the county commissioners, and we talked about this exact thing about these increases in costs. And some of the things that strike me is a lot of these costs are going to be out of our control because it's just an increase in the market. Like it's just costing more to build, and that's just a given. There, you know, I mentioned to them that there should be some offset in that, whereas there should be a understanding that on a micro level, we could control what we could control. But to an extent, with these microeconomics playing a part in this, we need to understand that whatever we had requested, if we're doing funding for a building that's not going to be built for 2 to 5 years from now, that there should be some assumption that that is something that we'll be able to kind of come together on, because as we know, the county, a large part of their funding is based off of the tax revenue that they're receiving from home values. It's not like we're saying that the cost of schools is going up and the home values are not going up, in proportion or proportionally. So there's going to be an increased cost to hopefully be able to offset the debt payments that it will take the county to fund some of these. But I really wanted to touch base on something that Mr. Sears said earlier, and Mr. Palmer and Mr. Davis both kind of talked us through, whereas we're looking at what's the cost to actually operate these schools, and especially the schools that are like a sub 300 student schools. Because when we're looking at, and this is going to deal with how we're funded on the operational level, just for the day-to-day stuff. If we're looking at it, the state and the federal government, they're funding us for all the positions in that school based upon the number of students that attend that school. If we have a school, and I can't remember what that cutoff number is when they determine whether they're going to fund an assistant principal. But if we only have 200 students in a school, I'm pretty certain, if my memory serves me correctly, that they will provide us with funding for a principal, but not necessarily funding for an assistant principal. So I know we as a district, in some sense, have to, kind of absorb or offset that cost. And overall, operationally, it can place a burden on us. So going back to Mr. Sears' point, is I definitely support being able to scale up the size of some of our schools to future-proof them. And so I'm going to inquire about the strategy of some of the schools that were chosen. And I definitely understood I understood age as a variable. I understand in the eastern and southeastern portions of Durham, that's where we're seeing an explosion of population growth. But I like the way we kind of hit on our Montessori school. And also I'm looking at schools like C.C. Spalding, where just enrollment wise, we're only able to admit so many students. And it kind of ties us up on the amount of funds that's needed to continue the operation. So when I'm asking this question, I'm asking kind of two parts to it. One, what was the strategy around some of the schools that we did choose? And have we done any type of analysis on how this can help reduce, all things equal, reduce the expense that it takes to operate these schools, or have we kind of done a comparative analysis on that portion yet?
Mr. Raven, thank you for your question. And it's a two-part question, so I'll take the first part first. With regards to school selection, let's go back to a time a long, long ago, 2019, 2020, right? When we were constructing the initial wave of elementary school renovations, and to reset the board, there are 14 total elementary schools that scored high enough in the FCI, Facility Conditions Index, right? That's considering what is the ratio of renovation to the cost of new construction, and you're trying to hit that sweet spot. If a school has gone into so much disrepair that it's more fiscally responsible to replace it, it does not score, right? But for those schools that it's warrantable to invest in the facility for the purposes of instructing children, right, to bring it up to the standards. One of the other things that we came into is that we did not have district standards. One of the reasons we have all these schools of different sizes, some 200, some 600 and 700, is that lack of district standards. So that was the first step in working under Dr. Monk's leadership, Dr. Mbenga's leadership, is to evaluate that. The schools that were selected for the initial tranche, that first wave of renovations, the first 6, were both scoring high in their facility conditions index, that FCI, and had at that time, and still do, enclosure and safety issues with regards to multiple buildings at an elementary school level. We had just completed the Eno Valley renovation. I think as a board and a community saw the benefits of looking at a school that was entirely enclosed. That was an older Florida school model that I think had 4 or 5 separate buildings, right? Where students had to wear coats to go from building to building. We enclosed Eno Valley, so it's an enclosed campus for a safety perspective as well as from an environmental health perspective. Now, looking forward to these schools, that's exactly that mindset that we brought forth. These were schools that scored high on their needs, scored high on their safety considerations, and scored high. One of the things you note in that list is that the majority of those campuses don't currently offer pre-K or EC classrooms. So when you looked at that constellation of factors, they scored the absolute highest, those first 6 waves. The reason that we broke them up was, well, one, the project management aspect of it. Doing 14 renovations at once would be untenable, right? And the second aspect of that was, yes, as Dr. Monk alluded to earlier, our needs from the capital program could not fully be met by the county. Some of what we were doing is, what are our very must-do things? And those were the 6 schools that were the most critical and also reflected the sort of regional need across Durham. So Mr. Raven, I hope that addresses the first part of your question on school selection.
It did. Thank you.
Would you, for all of our purposes, including my own, restate that second part of your question so we can make sure and address it?
Sure. The second part of the question was really just we're looking at our capital investment and we're looking at how that money is spent and how it's going to give us that additional program capacity that we're looking for in our schools. And I'm just wondering, is there any cost advantages or cost savings that we could benefit from the operational side by being able to scale up the size of the schools, not necessarily having to require the same overhead that's necessary at whatever that break-even point is. And I'm just wondering, is there a benefit operationally to being able to scale that up and save on some of the operations costs from what may not be funded just based upon the limited ADMs, per student?
So I would go back to one core tenet from a planning concept, and then I'll ask Mr. LeSueur if he'd like to add anything to that. You'll note that, for example, in the Mangum and Moorhead projects that are listed here, we're now actually bringing them into the same size, right? So both campuses can now serve 330 and 340 students. That's important because now we have a model, a standard as far as what our smallest school would be in this renovation package, right? Currently, as we noted, Moorhead at 11 classrooms, one of the big struggles we have is an economy of scale. It does cost money to staff that facility as well as to provide, obviously, all the functional systems that go with it. I'm going to pause there and ask Mr. LeSueur if he'd like to add anything about school size and efficiency.
Good evening, Chair Olmsted, Dr. Mabenga, board members. When we talk about school sizes, the real key to this is if you're lifting up your schools to have higher enrollment, the one thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to look at the other side. And the school of 200, you're going to have to do something with that, or else you're not going to get the cost benefit. You're going to have to close it or repurpose it for something else, a pre-K center or something like that. You would have to do that. And to Mr. Raven's discussion on the assistant principals, you get one assistant principal for every 980 students. So we're only getting about 35 assistant principals from the state. The rest, Durham Public Schools is putting forward. And that's over 40 more assistant principals. So again, you're going to have to shut something down or to get those cost savings. And that's what school districts grapple with anytime they start taking on construction projects. Making bigger schools is always the downside to that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You all have definitely been able to answer my questions, and it was extremely insightful. The last thing that I would like to say is because I like this idea. And the thing is that, when you're only building a school, maybe every 5 years, every 10 years, like I could think back to, I graduated Oak Grove in 1991. And I remember 2 years later, they built the new elementary school there. So I've been able to see so many of these schools come up. But I'm wondering can we figure out a way to track this type of school standards that we're looking for in our strategic plan. And I know it's extremely difficult because strategic plans normally change every 3 to 5 years. But just looking at consistency, and we all know that everybody that's here now probably won't be here in 10 years, but to be able to plan for the future, long-term wise, I would like to see that somewhere where it can be referenced easily, and we're kind of have a reference point of the importance and the benefit to the district as a whole by being able to have that school standard in place as we continue to grow. That's my only comment. Thank you.
So we do have what we call our LEGS, which stands for our Learning Environment Guidelines. And that was done in collaboration with what DPI says, but really working with school planners and designers across the state. And what we see is happening in terms of curriculum instruction, having pull-out spaces, more spaces to collaborate with intergrades. And so that's a living document that our department manages. And as we see new trends and continue discussions with the academic team, we'll continue to update that. So to answer your question, it would always be evolving and will always be staying with the trends in the education environment.
And if I can add on as it relates to the strategic plan, just want to remind everyone that we have both 5C, which speaks to having 100% of our elementary schools to have adequate classroom space, in particular as it related to the statutory requirements for K-3. But 5D also says that we're going to improve our physical environment to enhance student learning and to ensure safety. So we believe that the projects that we selected for those meet both of those requirements, and that's why they were prioritized as such. I was happy to see these things in the strategic plan. That was very smart of this district to think about operational ways and how that helps us to achieve academic success. So that's how we prioritize it. It is a part of how we plan to educate our children, and we hope that we continue on that path.
Thank you all again.
I'm really excited about retiring the mobile units at Glenn. That was one of our schools that we had to, definitely a lot of advocacy, a lot of folks, working with Glenn a couple of years back, so it wasn't a takeover school. And I think the mobile units, just echoing what Dr. Monk just said, about the quality of the space, providing adequate space. I think that is a victory to retire those mobile units, and so I wanted to celebrate that. I did have a question about, and also gratitude for the classrooms, pre-K. Really excited about pre-K. We want to move towards universal pre-K. I did have a question just because I have sat in so many meetings, and when we had the joint meeting with the county, and we were talking about, classroom sizes and expansion, those numbers were more conservative than the ones that you presented tonight. I don't know if I'm missing something in terms of the classroom expansion numbers. We talked about 2020 to 2021 was like 61, and then it was going to be 65, and then projection for next year 68. And we're going to be serving, it says from 2022, 2023, 914 students. And this is like maybe presentation on classroom expansions for pre-K. However, what you're showing me here, it just excites me even more because this is even more students. This is, 3 classrooms, 3 pre-K classrooms, 60 new pre-K classrooms, and it's more. So really excited about that, and trying to reconcile the numbers at this point.
And one of our goals in this project will be to work with Dr. Cotterman under Dr. Pittman's leadership with specialized services and early childhood education, certainly to be, again, fitting the classrooms with the need of the students and the instructors for that age level and for that setting. So we know currently that there are classrooms that we have that are pre-K that are not conforming to those standards that we discussed earlier, whether it's an ensuite bathroom or hot and cold water and the other things that would be associated with that. So this is an opportunity to both address some of the deficits that we currently have and, again, have additional spaces that can help with Dr. Cotterman's long-term sort of vision for the program, as well as the priorities of the board and Dr. Mbenga.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I'm super appreciative of this work. I can see why the planning is exciting. And I also am aware that it was 5 or 6 or 7 years ago that we, along with the city council and the county commissions, put in support for universal pre-K. And it's taken this long to even get to the design phase of these important projects. So I look forward to actually advocating for these 6 and maybe adding 2 more in, because these are our shared community values of expanding pre-K, making schools equitable for our EC students. I would love, and frankly, they would have been cheaper if we'd done them 5 years ago, right? I mean, we've missed out on multiple bond opportunities. I look forward to us collaborating with our partners in the county to make as much of this a reality as possible, retire some more mobile units, and add maybe if we can 2 outdoor classrooms. Dare we dream it in Durham that we have more outdoor learning space for young children especially. But I really appreciate all the work that's gone on into this. It's incredible leadership from our team. And it's up to us, I think, to just continue to advocate to bring it together. And these costs are out of our control. They are. I'm glad you guys are being transparent about it. This stuff can't wait. It's going to get more expensive as time goes on. So I look forward to making it happen together. But thank you all.
Thank you all for the presentation. In here, I know you need a vote for this tonight. You have using the 2020 LOBS funding for this. Is this also something we need to put in an updated CIP to the county? I know we've been working collaboratively on that, or is this already taken care of with 2020 LOBS funding?
So yes, our plan after the board's decision today is to work with the county to issue a new CIP that reflects the changes. Of course, currently of the $508 million, we will work to identify how that funding is appropriated, but that is a next step for us to go to the county with this transfer.
Thank you. It almost feels like a moving target. Like after you submit it today, 6 months, a year, 2 years, you might, the funding cost might change again. So I understand why y'all doing it, but it's just a.
And so we in number, we feel secure that this would be appropriate ask to make sure that the project from design to completion is done. So, as we continue up through design and construction by 2023, 2024, we believe that the amounts that we're asking for will help us do that.
I'll accept the motion. Excuse me, Ms. Lewis.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and ask my question. Real quickly, when you talk about adding this change to the CIP, project planning from beginning to end at this point, are there some estimate dates of when work will begin and completion, or is that not that phase yet?
So currently, elementary F is slated for completed in 2023. We're currently in design. A design takes between 8 to 12 months. And then again, one of the delivery methods gives us an opportunity to start construction a little sooner because we don't have to wait till we have complete bid documents on every phase. We can start something sooner. So the total process is about 24 months from beginning to end.
Thank you.
So this is for action before the board tonight. Happy to accept the motion.
Move approval of the 2020 CIP elementary school renovations and additions update.
I'll second.
The move by Ms. Spire, seconded by Mr. Lee. Any other discussion? All right, we'll do our roll call vote. Ms. Spire.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Sears.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Raven.
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. Thank you all. All right, and then next item, picnic tables. Dr. Monk.
Thank you. We've discussed this some earlier, but I'm still going to run through the main points for this. Our proposal takes into consideration the survey that we did with principals, which we had about 50 of the 53 to respond to. This will average out to about 12 picnic tables per school. We are purchasing this through the state contract 445B. The delivery that we're expecting is October the 19th. We've talked earlier also about supply chain disruptions sometimes and things like that. But we should start to see some trickle in October. We have descriptions here of both our 8-foot tables as well as ADA tables. We think it's important to make sure that we have proper ADA access for students and faculty who may need to access it that way. And so both of those together give you 650 tables at a cost of $410,350. Now, it's important to note that this is for the tables themselves. We will likely have to come back to the board once we have bids in for the to put them together, the installation of the tables. But tonight before you, we're recommending approval of the attached quote from Granger to purchase 650 tables at the cost of $410,350 using our ESSER funds. Paul could speak to this more if I get it wrong. If we need to use our local funds initially to get this started, we can reimburse with the ESSER fund and would be the plan. And so with that, did I say that right, Paul? He said no. All right. And so that I'll open it up for questions.
Mr. Sears.
Pick the order of these statements. So the theme of the messages I've been receiving from folks I know and not is, why didn't we make this purchase back in April? And I could take a guess at that, but I just want to open the floor to the administration. I mean, ESSER funding being one thing, pandemic concentration, but I think we have to speak to that a little bit.
Sure. So we did look at an initial count of both the picnic tables as well as tents back in March, actually. At that time, ESSER funding was not available. And we were partnering with DPS Foundation to address these issues. And they even came and spoke at one of our principals meetings and said, hey, we're going to do these grants for you all. Just tell us how you're going to use it for these outdoor learning or meals, and we'll give you the grants. That's why some schools actually have tables and responded to us to say, hey, either we don't need any or just need a couple more. So that was the strategy initially. As we came out of the summer and Delta picked up, there was more concern about eating indoors because we were coming back into A as opposed to B when we had less students there. Obviously, we needed to supplement schools that did purchase these items, as well as to provide alternatives for those who that may have not been in their initial strategy. And I think we also heard loud and clear that while we want to allow schools to have the maximum flexibility to make these types of decisions, we also as a district want to make a statement about the importance of eating outside and social distancing. And we're going to make sure that those infrastructure items are in place so that they can do so. And we believe this is what this does. This is a good first step with that. Again, like I said, we also have, we could not find the tents on state contract. So we are bidding those out, and we'll have responses for those on September the 7th. And we'll be right back before you, hopefully on the 9th. So you might not get to see it as quick as we normally like for you to all to have it, but asking you to approve that as well.
Thank you for that, administration. And I would just echo, I can't pull the articles, but the best health experts in the world were not predicting this. I think everyone knew it could happen, but they were not, including some of the work I'm doing currently. And now you may hate me for this statement, but I'm only half joking when I say, can we encourage those PTAs to get some insurance and maybe put those things together for us? I'll leave it at that. Save the district a little money.
Any other questions? Ms. Fire.
So I think it's going to be important when we talk to the ABC Collaborative for our people and our teachers to hear why we're saying, why this board is saying outdoor eating is important. I think it's going to be important for us to talk a little bit about breakfast and snacks and just anytime these masks come off. So that we don't get the sense that it's just by choice, right? We do the best we can, and we are all doing the best we can, but it's super, super, super important, just as a safety issue. Dr. Monk, the other thing that folks are saying, and I wanted you to give a chance to talk about, I saw it in writing, but you haven't talked about it, is the state of some of our grounds as they're coming back to school. They're not where we usually like them to be. They have been growing wild for a while, some of them, and the state of pest control and stuff like that. If you don't mind speaking to some of those concerns that folks are bringing forward too.
Yeah, absolutely. So our grounds team and our contractors and vendors are not immune to COVID. And so anytime that someone is out sick or one of our contractors doesn't have the manpower to do that, it does become overgrown. Additionally, the weather, the heat, the rain, all of that germinates additional grass growth. And it makes it very difficult to keep up with those types of things. We think that we're in a better place now. Visited many schools as they open up this year, and I can't say enough for Dr. Anderson and our grounds crew and all of our maintenance staff, actually, all of the operations staff. Let me say that, from the bus drivers to our custodial staff, IT staff, everyone has done a very good job in joining the team, making sure our kids have the best educational experience possible. We are contracting out more. Thank you to the county for giving us additional capital funding so that we can do some of those things where we haven't historically been able to do. So there's a lot of contributing factors to a lot of the conditions that we find our campuses and facilities in. But I'm actually hopeful and optimistic about the future and what Durham's going to look like in just a couple of years.
Mr. Lee had one before, and then Ms. Valladares.
And so just as the last board meeting, I just want to reiterate, I don't support a mandate to eat outside. I don't support that. I support the encouragement, and the education that it's a good idea, and, that choice. But not everyone wants to eat outside in the sweltering heat. Not everyone wants to eat outside in the freezing cold. I've seen comments about, well, they could just wear jackets. Not everybody in our district has jackets that will support eating outside when it's freezing outside. Not everyone wants to eat outside when it's raining. I've seen comments where they were saying, well, it doesn't matter, you could get a little bit wet, but I don't care about them get a little bit wet as long as there's distance. Not everyone wants to eat outside. I applaud everyone who has a child that loves to be outside no matter what. But not everyone has that. Not every child wants to be outside eating or whatever. Some children actually have rashes from heat, from being outside for a long time. We make accommodations for them not to go out to recess sometimes. And now we're saying we should force them to go outside and eat. I don't believe in a mandate. And I'm sure I'm going to get emails, and that's fine. I don't believe in us saying you must go outside to eat. I don't believe in that. And I don't support that one bit. I do support the option to go outside. I don't support telling a teacher you must take your children outside no matter what's going on. I don't support that. So I'm hoping that this board wouldn't take the step to mandate that we force children or anyone to go outside to eat. I love the option, yeah. If there's a choice, absolutely. But I'm not in support of, saying you don't have a choice, you go out to eat. There are plenty of people in here that we're hearing from the parents whose children love to go outside. I absolutely believe that. And we may have heard from maybe 50, maybe 100. But how many students and families do we have in DPS that we hadn't heard from? We can't make a mandate like this. We can't force anyone like this from hearing from so few people. I understand we have different beliefs here. I understand that. But we as a board and individuals on this board, we can't make a decision for one family. I can't even make a decision that may be best for my children without thinking about what effect it has for all of the children. So I'm asking this board, whenever it gets to the point where, the picnic tables are done, the tents, or whatever we have in place. I started a conversation with the DPS Foundation and DPS about building outdoor places to eat and outdoor classrooms for the option to go out there, option to go outside. That was last year. That was early on in the pandemic. So I believe in that, but I don't believe in forcing people to go outside to eat. I don't believe in that. So I hope that we as a board won't take the step to force people or children to go outside and eat, because not everybody's like that.
I think we said in our last board meeting that we wanted to strongly encourage outdoor options, is where I think we landed. And I do think we have to recognize students have health elements, allergies, et cetera, that may make eating outdoors not okay for them. But if we can expand eating options to be indoors and outdoors, we have less density in a cafeteria or in a classroom space. So I think that's what we're talking about, providing options and opportunities for folks in different schools. And I think every school is going to need to do it differently. It probably looks very different to have an outdoor lunch for high school than it does for elementary school, right? So we need to give our principals that flexibility, but we strongly encourage having outdoor options so there's less density in that cafeteria. Is that a response to Mr. Lee? Because I want to make sure I get Ms. Valladares. Ms. Lewis.
So thank you for making that clear about the discussion from the last board meeting. I didn't know that that's what we were thinking about, or from what you were sharing, Mr. Lee. But I do want to say with that piece of it, I have children that have already been in year-round school and currently in the traditional school, on the traditional school calendar. And I appreciate the flexibility that the principals have and the options. And I hear from my children and other parents whose children are reporting back what their experience is. There's sometimes rotations that happen. So you may be in your classroom one week and the next week you're in the outside or the cafeteria. So schools are being creative. And I think that our educators are doing a good job in letting the children know what the expectation is. So when I get a report back, what is it like for your lunch experience? They know we can't talk during eating, that we're all facing the same direction. So the information is trickling down. And then we also have to make sure we're telling parents to enforce these messages too, because we know our own children. And my third grader is a talker. He likes to take his time and eat and talk and have conversation. And I said to him, one thing we need to get ready for when it's time to eat, I need you to eat quickly and put your mask back on, and then you can talk. What is his teacher reinforce those same messages? So when he comes back after the first day, these things are trickling down. We are seeing it in the school. I trust our principals to put in a good plan that works for their school. And I thank you for clarifying that, again, it's giving additional options. Thank you, Dr. Monk, for the work your team is doing to get these outdoor tables set up for these options to use how the school sees fit. Thank you.
Ms. Valladares.
I want to echo that the gratitude, Dr. Monk, for setting the infrastructure. And I'm not just talking about, right now with the Delta variant. I think that in general, this district, does need to provide that the outdoor learning opportunities. I mean, we were talking about outdoor learning even before. So encompassing within the broader vision of providing opportunities for our students to, spend some time outdoors, to learn about the outdoors, including, I'm thinking, the traditional lawns, it costs a lot of money to keep up all these lawns and lawn mowing. I know all about it. So, pollinator gardens, we definitely need to start working. So it's more about like, this is an opportunity to be safe, to provide options. I hear very clearly about the options. I think the infrastructure needs to be there, because once the infrastructure is there, and I'm thinking sustainably, like from now till whenever that there is already like, we've bought the stuff, we set up the place, and it is amenable even for outdoor classrooms and learning and STEM. We want to make sure we keep that pipeline of, our students who are going into the sciences and helping us learn more about, the environment. All these things are very connected. COVID and everything is very connected to the environment and very connected to our relationship to species and all that. So I can go out on a soapbox, but really a lot of gratitude for setting up the spaces so that we can actually do outdoor learning and outdoor activities and safety.
Board, this is up for action tonight. I also want to say thank you all. I appreciate the also ADA accessible picnic tables, which we know is important for everyone to have access to them. Board, what's your pleasure?
I move that we accept the recommendation. The administration recommends approving the attached quote for Granger for $410,000, $350.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Any other discussion? We'll do our roll call vote. Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Sears.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Mr. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Raven,
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
and I vote aye as well, so it passes unanimously. That brings us to our next item on the agenda. We have a resolution this is a Board of Education item. Thank you all for being with us tonight. Resolution item around the Leandro case. This was sent to us I think from Every Child NC, and wanted to pass this to encourage our General Assembly in this time to fully fund the Leandro plan that can help support making sure our students have a sound basic education. The board, if it's amenable with you all, level, we could take turns to read it. We could go in the same order of our roll call vote. And then we'll take the pleasure of the board at that time. We'll start with you, Ms. Byer.
Thank you. Resolution urging the state to fulfill its constitutional duty to provide every child access to a sound basic education. Whereas for more than 25 years, North Carolina lawmakers from both parties have failed to meet their constitutional obligation to provide all children in the state with a sound basic education.
Whereas far too many students, particularly students of color, students from economically disadvantaged families, students with disabilities, English learners, and rural students have been denied the opportunities promised to them under the North Carolina Constitution.
Whereas the state constitution and the North Carolina general statutes place the responsibility to fund a public school system that provides every child in the state with access to a sound basic education with the state of North Carolina, both the executive and legislative branches.
Whereas adequate educational opportunities cannot realistically be provided without adequate education funding.
Whereas on March 15th, the state submitted to the court a long-term comprehensive remedial plan, Leonardo plan, detailing specific steps state leaders must enact to remedy the ongoing constitutional violations in our public school system and ensure that all students have access to the education they are owed under the state constitution.
Whereas the Leandro Plan represents the bare minimum of the steps state leaders must take to fulfill their constitutional duties and is not a menu from which policymakers may select their preferred initiatives.
Whereas Governor Cooper's budget recommendations for the 2023, budget recommendations for 2023 demonstrate that the Leandro Plan can be fully implemented within existing state resources.
Whereas on June 7th, Judge W. David Lee ordered the state to implement the Leandro Plan in full and in accordance with the timelines set forth therein.
Whereas district leaders, including school board members, stand ready to direct additional state resources to the students and schools with the greatest needs, such that all children have an equal opportunity to realize their full potential.
Whereas receiving a quality education is paramount to catalyzing the full growth and self-actualization of students, families, communities, and our state as a whole.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education requests that the North Carolina General Assembly fully enact the policy and funding reforms included in the Leandro Plan to ensure that all North Carolina students have access to a sound basic education by the 2028 school year, adopted by the Durham Public Schools Board of Education,
Yeah, you can read
Yeah.
that.
County Commissioners this day.
Thank you all. This also has been sent to our Board of County Commissioners, and I believe will be on their agenda for their next meeting, so they can also pass this resolution. But board, it's your pleasure.
I move approval of the resolution urging the state to fulfill its constitutional duty to provide every child access to a sound basic education.
I
I
second.
second.
It's been seconded many times, moved by Mr. Lee and seconded. Any other discussion?
My only discussion was that that last line bugs the daylights out of me. So they're 25 years behind and we're giving them to 2028. I assume that's what the judge did, but I certainly think that they could fund it sooner. I hope that that the way that this is written doesn't feel like a limitation to them at all. And I appreciate Governor Cooper's budget ideals, but yeah.
I just want to appreciate every child NC and the leadership for pulling this resolution together for our board members to be aware and to possibly pass.
We'll do our roll call vote. Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Sears,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Mr. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Raven,
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
and I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. So we'll get our signatures on this and have it up on our website. And with that, I'll take a motion to go into closed session. We've reached the end of our,
I move that we move into closed session for the reasons stated in the agenda.
Second?
been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? Do another roll call vote. Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Sears,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Mr. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Raven,
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
and I vote aye as well. We are now moved into closed session. All right, are we back? All right, we are back in open session. Dr. Mabenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek for your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated, what's today? August 26th, 2021.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lee, second by Mr. Sears. Any other discussion? Mr. Sears,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Mr. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Raven,
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Personnel report passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to extend Dr. Mabenga's contract through June 30th, 2025, and to offer him a 4% raise on his contract.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? Mr. Sears,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Mr. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Raven,
My name is Frederick Raven. I vote aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. It passes unanimously. Congratulations, Dr. Mabenga. And with that, we are adjourned. Good night, everyone.